Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, a couple of minutes before noon. My name is Tim Collins, along with Alex Tufts, here live from Haar Disciples Ballpark in Egelfing, just outside of Munich. It is a pleasant spring day. It is a bit cloudy, but the sun is trying to poke through those clouds. The weather is otherwise calm and warm, and we should have two excellent baseball games today. The Mainz Athletics are here in town visiting the Haar Disciples, and right now behind home plate we have the meeting of minds. You got Boomer Saunders and Will Kilgore, the respective coaches of the Disciples and Athletics. They're meeting up with the umpire crew, getting ready for the start time of today's game at noon. And the Disciples coming in with a record of 2-8. While the Mainz Athletics, they've had a lot of rain to contend with, but they have a winning record, 4 wins against 2 losses. And these two teams traditionally have played some of the weirdest baseball games I've ever seen, going back years. They are old friends, basically, when it comes down to it. All the players know each other. We've had big moments against each other, and we expect 2 competitive ball games today as the sun comes out right now, which is a beautiful thing.
Perfect, yeah. Great to be with you, Tim.
Yeah, thanks for coming again, Alex. It's happy to have you on my side here and give some analysis of the game. The Disciples are going to start Daniel Wolf in Game 1, and he'll be opposed by the veteran right-hander Tim Stallman for the Mainz Athletics. Daniel Wolf 2 weeks ago, pitched very well against Stuttgart in the first game of the doubleheader that we brought you here. He pitched 5 innings, gave up 6 hits and 3 runs, I believe. That was a game the Disciples did not win, but Wolf pitched very well, and he would like to build on that today.
Yeah, for sure. He pitched well enough to win in that game. See if he can rekindle some of that magic he had. Just throwing his slider early for strikes, and I expect we'll see that again today.
And so the lineup that he's going to face, let's see if it has been entered in. Nope. So the lineup for the Mainz Athletics is going to begin with Kevin Katowski, who's playing center field. Thomas Joyce back in the ballpark. Last year when he was here, he hit 3 home runs in a game, so he's probably very happy to see that right field fence. He's playing first base and batting second. Max Bolt, the leader of career home runs in the Bundesliga. He's over 100 home runs for his career. That's most in the Bundesliga history. He's batting third, playing catcher. Peter Johannesson, the Swedish right fielder, is batting fourth. Marlon Jimenez Ramos, the third baseman, is going to bat fifth. Kalen Sullivan in left field is batting sixth. Johnny Froelich, the shortstop, is going to bat seventh. Leonard Stückling, the designated hitter, bats eighth. And Nicky Weikert, the second baseman, is going to bat ninth. Defensively for the Disciples, they are going to have their new third baseman, Patrick Music from Alabama. He played last weekend in Mannheim. And so he's playing third base today. Callum Murphy at short, Simon Lechner at second. Nick Michelli is at first. The outfield from left to right, Niels Schmidt, Joe Rosenthal, and Nate Sean Thomas. So good speed and arms in the outfield. Will Thorpe, as usual, is behind the plate doing the catching. And you see Daniel Wolf throwing his warm-up pitches.
Yeah, you mentioned that big game from Thomas Joyce last year on June 18th of 2022. Just to give a little bit of context, went 4 for 4 with 3 home runs, a double, and a walk. What a day.
And I vaguely remember that he came close to hitting another home run as well at some point in that day.
He had a monster day, so I bet he's happy to be back in the ballpark here in Haar.
Yep, a native of Newton, Massachusetts, Mr. Joyce. And back for his second season with the Mainz Athletics after, the Athletics, they have a history of lefty power hitters. Of course, in Mainz, they have that short right field fence.
Yep.
And actually, if I think back, the very first broadcast I ever did was actually from Mainz in 2014, and Mike Larson, who recently had his number retired by the Athletics, he hit a ball that I think is still flying, and I think that's the first home run I ever got to call for Haar Disciples TV. So, yeah, a lot of lefty power, and Kevin Katowski, a left-hand hitter, is going to step up to the plate. He's not so much a power hitter as he is a pesky hitter who gets on base and tries to wreak havoc on the base paths. And so, here we go. Daniel Wolf is going to start things off. First pitch on the way to Kevin Katowski right now. There's a little squibber left side. Charging on it is Murphy. Off-balance throw on a bounce, and Katowski beats it out for a single. Kotowski had been hitting 250, although I think this does not include the most recent games. 5 hits in 20 at-bats. But now he's aboard, and we'll see if he's going to try to do any running of any kind. As you see, he's being held on by Nick Michelli at first. So Thomas Joyce, the aforementioned he's got a, well, he swings and drives one to deep right center field, and has he done it again? No, it's going to hit the base of the wall, though. Kotowski is being waved around third. Here comes the throw to the plate. It is high, and Kotowski scores. 2 pitches into the game, and Mainz leads 1-0. An RBI double off the bat of Thomas Joyce.
Man, what a start for Mainz. Like we said, Thomas Joyce, happy to be back in this ballpark. Had a bit of a slow start coming in here, but he's turned that around, hitting 188 coming into this game, but that's a double off the wall, a long double.
Sounded like maybe he got it towards the end of the bat. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure after what we saw last year, that ball would have been flying out of here if he had really squared it up.
Yeah, and for those at home wondering, it's about 325 to the corner in right field and about 405 to the dugout, softball dugout door.
Which is not straight away. Here's a Bolt, and a breaking ball is high. Max Bolt this year does not yet have a home run, unless there's something missing from the statistics, which sometimes there is. But that's unusual. He does have 9 hits and 21 at-bats, though, which is good for 429 average. That's usual from him. And a good curveball called for a strike. So Wolf threw 2 pitches and is immediately behind 1-0. But one was a squibber, the other one hit off the end of the bat, but drilled to the gap. Joyce off on second base. 1-1 to Max Bolt. And the fastball is inside, 2-1 now.
Yeah, it definitely hasn't been a slow start for Max Bolt. Some of the other hitters in the Mainz lineup still looking to get going, but Bolt's been off to a hot start. 429, couple doubles, business as usual for him.
And he swings over a breaking ball, 2-2. Max Bolt, when was his first season in the Bundesliga? 2004 or something like this?
2004, he had 1 walk and a run scored. So first full season, or more than 1 at bat, I think would be more than 1 plate appearance. Sorry,
yeah,
would be 2005.
So he's been in the league for 20 years. 2-2, curveball, strike 3 called at the top of the zone. And it was a steady diet of breaking balls. Bolt turns and says, make sure we get that pitch too. Home plate umpire, by the way, Ilyar Jean. And down the first base line, Vlado Čupić, actually he's standing out at second right now, and then Kevin McKnight manning the left side of the field in the 3-man crew.
Good sign for Daniel Wolf early. Got Bolt to swing over one of those sliders, and then got one for a called strike 3. Good sign for him moving forward.
Peter Johannesson steps up to the plate. The veteran, 38 years young. Big left-hand hitter. He's been playing in Mainz, I think, since 2015 or 16.
Before that.
Yeah. There's a pitch low and away. He's, of course, from a baseball royalty family in Sweden. His brother Bjorn Johannesson also. They both played for the Swedish national team. And now Peter asks for time to readjust his batting gloves. That's something you don't see in MLB anymore. 1-0. And a little squibber. This is foul off to the right, 1-1.
2011 was Johannesson's first year in the first Bundesliga for the Mainz Athletics, where he hit 344, and he's had a pretty solid career since then. He had a couple years where he was off. 13 and 14 was not in the league as far as we can tell, but been a very solid hitter. A lot of power to the right side.
Yeah, this, 13, 14, that's when I started paying attention to the Bundesliga, and I think I didn't realize he played previously for the Athletics. There's a swing over another curveball from Daniel Wolf, 1-2. So that must be why I thought he joined them in 2015 or 16. 2015 is when he came for the second stint. But just a solid All-around player, very good hitter. There's a breaking ball inside 2-2. Wolf definitely trying to throw his breaking ball a lot here. He was able to get Max Bolt with it, and he got a swing and a miss.
Yeah, it looked like he got ambushed early on a couple of those fastballs, just trying to get them over to start the game, and credit to the Mainz Athletics who jumped right on those.
2-2. Joyce off second base, 1 out. Check swing, the pitch is down low, full count now. Johannesson has drawn 5 walks in his 24 plate appearances. He also had 3 hits. The wind is picking up, although the wind is louder, I think, in our ears than it is on your speakers at home. But it's a pleasant breeze. 3-2. And that one's inside, ball 4. He tried another breaking ball. And so Joyce now at second, Johannesson at first, and the hitter is Marlon Jimenez Ramos. Only 1 out. The Disciples, they have been constantly trying to battle back. They've had trouble taking leads and holding them, and or vice versa. So Jimenez Ramos looks at a breaking ball. Again, looks like Wolf at least has a good feel for that breaking ball. He's been able to throw some of them for strikes.
Yeah, and it's going to be an important pitch for him today because, as you've seen in this league, you can't just throw fastballs.
0-1. There's a little tapper left side. That's going to be a tough play. Music fields and decides not to make the throw. That was probably a wise decision. And, in fact, good base running by Joyce at third not to get caught off the bag, thinking that Music was going to throw the ball across the diamond.
Yeah, great pitch there. Slider on the outside corner. Just gets enough of it that it turns into a swan like we saw against Stuttgart. And it's base hit.
So the bases are loaded. The only ball hit hard this inning was the double off the wall by Joyce. Other than that, it's been dribblers and bleeders. So Kalen Sullivan now with the bases loaded and still only 1 out. Joyce, Johannesson, and Jimenez Ramos, the base runners. The pitch. Curveball strike. I'd like to give a shout out to all the folks that are tuned in from around Germany and the world, wherever you may be. You can always communicate with me in the YouTube chat. There's a foul. That one hits the lamppost. I've been waiting to see that for years. Never seen it.
I missed it. I'll wait for the next one.
It was retrieved by the first base coach.
Big slate of games in the Bundesliga, too. So thanks to everyone who's tuning in to us.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of Mainz fans out there. So here's the 0-2. Fastball. It's up and away. 1-2.
Exactly the start you want if you're Mainz. Far away from home here. Always good in the top of the first if you're the road team to get some runners on. Runs on the board. Sorry.
It's all good. It's still early. I've only had 1 cup of coffee today as well. So
okay.
2 balls and 2 strikes on Kalen Sullivan, as that time the breaking ball looked like it slipped out of the hand of Wolf. Bases loaded, 1 out, 2-2. There's the pitch. A comebacker. The play is to home. There's 1 out. Thorpe's relayed at first. It is a double play, and Daniel Wolf gets out of the inning without further damage. That's what the doctor ordered. 1-2-3 double play. So, 1 run on 3 hits. There were no errors and 3 left on base at the end of a half inning of play here in Haar. This is the Mainz Athletics 1, the Disciples nothing. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So the right-hander Tim Stallman, 31 years of age, is on the mound for the Mainz Athletics. And the lineup he's going to deal with is a new look lineup for the Disciples. They will begin with Will Thorpe. Nick Michelli bats second. Patrick Music in his first home start. He's batting third. Nate Sean Thomas is batting fourth. Joe Rosenthal batting fifth. Lucas Bickle in the lineup at DH. He is batting sixth. Callan Murphy, the shortstop, will bat seventh. Simon Lechner is eighth. And Niels Schmidt is going to bat ninth. Defensively behind him, behind Stallman that is, you have Marlon Jimenez Ramos at third, Johnny Froelich at short, Nicky Weikert at second, Thomas Joyce at first. Outfield from left to right is Sullivan, Katowski, and Johannesson. Catching is Max Bolt. And we are ready to begin play in the bottom of the first inning. 1-0 Mainz. A bloop and a somewhat of a blast to the gap off a familiar bat. Thomas Joyce gave Mainz a lead in the first inning on the first two pitches of the game, and Stallman's first offering is in for a strike to Will Thorpe. And the next one is fouled directly back towards me, but there was a net there to save my life. So it's 0-2 Thorpe. 3 hits in just 26 at-bats, so he's trying to get things going. Of course, I think these stats don't include last weekend.
Correct.
Or one of the games in Mainz, in Mannheim, rather.
Yep.
That ball is shot down the right field line. It's going to curl foul. Lands in the bullpen. 0-2, still the count.
Yeah, first game in Mannheim where the Disciples put up 16 runs. So
all the offensive statistics are a bit skewed, you might say.
A little bit, yeah.
All right, there's Callan Murphy hit a home run.
Neil Schmidt hit a grand slam.
And Mannheim is one of the interesting ballparks of Germany. The pitch fouled away again. Mannheim's kind of the opposite of Mainz when you think about it, the way the field is set up. In Mainz, you have that short right field fence, so they built, essentially a green monster out there, although the actual wall for the field of play is normal height. But in Mannheim, they basically have a Fenway Park situation. It's very short to left field. There's a line drive on one hop to the second baseman, Weikert, and his throw is low but scooped on the back end by Joyce. So that's the first out, 4-3, but it was not routine. Yeah, give a shout out to Nathan watching from Strasbourg. So maybe we could get somebody speaking some Alsatian on the broadcast.
Not me.
Yeah, not me either. I've been to Strasbourg before, and I remember being very confused trying to read the signage.
Yeah.
And so the hitter now, Nick Michelli. And he takes a ball outside. Michelli, also 4 hits and 26 at-bats. Home plate umpire Ilyar Jean down the right field line. Vlado Chupic down the third base line. Kevin McKnight. There's a strike on the inside corner. 1-1 to Michelli. Infield straightaway, as is the outfield. Here's the next one. Fouled away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Stallman has always been a very, very reliable pitcher. His first season back in 2010 with the Mainz Athletics, and then really in 2016 is when he came into his own as a starter. There's a breaking ball missed outside. His innings totals prior to that were always kind of 30, 40, and then in 2016, 77 innings, and then 2017, 140 innings. There's a swing and a tapper foul. Career ERA of 3.77 coming into this season.
He's always been a guy that works fast, throws a lot of strikes. Mainz players got to love playing behind him.
And I know I say this every time, but I love it when the Mainz players wear the green socks with the yellow stripes around the calves, and Stallman is one of those. There's a little flare to short right field coming on Johannesson. He's there to one-hand it. That's out number 2.
Those are favorite socks of yours, or what's the story there?
I just, I mean, I grew up in the stirrups day.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the stirrups.
And so it's just, like also on the Disciples, Steinlein will sometimes do the high sock with the yellow.
Or Daniel Patrice had the purple stirrups when he was a Disciple. Yeah. He had a big game yesterday, by the way, as Regensburg.
They beat Stuttgart, right?
Yeah. Slipped past them.
They've had a lot of tough games. There's a swing and a foul off the bat of Patrick Music, who's the new addition. He is from Ardmore, Alabama, and attended Union University in Tennessee. And he's now extended his playing career to Europe. Right-hand hitter. And he looks at a pitch that hits the outside corner, 0-2.
He's a small guy, but he's got some power. Gap-to-gap power, but did have some home runs last year in the Pecos League.
And taps that one off the end of the bat to Nicky Vikert, who has to hurry over to first base, but does so successfully. And the inning is over. Weak contact off the pitches from Tim Stallman. We go to the second inning, 1-0 Mainz. This is Our Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We move to the top of the second inning, 1-0 Mainz. They scored a run on the first two pitches of the game. A little squibber off the bat of Kevin Kotowski, and then a drive to the gap off the bat of Thomas Joyce. And then they later loaded the bases, but Daniel Wolf was able to induce a 1-2-3 double play off the bat of Kalen Sullivan to escape further damage. And we move to the second. 7-8-9 in the lineup. Johnny Froelich, Leonard Stücklin, and Nicky Vikert. And the pitch, swing and a miss on a high fastball.
It was an excellent play by Wolf to get out of that, as you said, Tim. Bases loaded, the 1-2-3 double play there. Calm and collected, threw the ball to Thorpe, who cleared the line and threw to Michelli at first.
Yeah, it was fairly close at first, but also still Thorpe knew how much time he had.
Yep.
As the pitch is outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. I'm entering things on the wrong side of the scorebook over here. What's going on, Tim? Come on. Get it together. Curveball, line drive, base hit left field off the bat of Froelich. And it is retrieved out there by Schmidt, who gets it into Murphy. So a leadoff single. That ball was well struck. It looked like a hanging breaking ball from Wolf. You can watch that one on the replay. And indeed, a breaking ball that was up and in. Froelich had been 4 for 16, plus 3 walks. So now he has increased that. He's at first base. He has stolen 1 base, but not been caught. So let's see what he does here. He's being held on. And they check on him, and he gets back. Leonard Stücklin is the hitter, the designated hitter. And another check on for like Stücklin this year has only 1 hit in 10 at-bats. So you do the math.
Yeah, hasn't been a regular, but he's always been in and around for the A's as a pitcher and a hitter.
Yeah, he generally starts the game as DH, and then if he's needed out of the bullpen, he will come in. There's a strike to him.
could be the plan today. You never know.
Comes from a family of pitchers. His older brother, Jan Niklas Stöckling, also one of the excellent pitchers in the Bundesliga before I think arm injuries kind of slowed him down, but he was a lot of fun to watch as well. 0-1, there goes the runner. The pitch is taken high. The throw to second base by Thorpe on a bounce. Not in time. Pretty close at second base as Froelich went in with a headfirst slide, and Lechner was actually there to get the tag down pretty quickly, but he steals it, so.
Yeah, throw was just to the left of second base, or I think they would have had him. It was a great throw by Thorpe, who's thrown out quite a few runners this year. I believe five caught stealings in 10 attempts, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's great. And, I mean, it wasn't the greatest pitch. It was an off-speed pitch, which is always a bit tougher to throw out the runner. And he made it close. Breaking ball, that's pulled foul, and they count 1-2. You wonder if the Mainz hitters, you know, they saw Wolf throw so many curveballs in the first inning, and it seemed like that was the pitch that was working the best. Now, that last swing, to me, looked like Stöckling was looking for a breaking ball.
Yeah, I mean, coming right out of the gate there, they attacked 2 fastballs and produced a run for them.
1-2. There's a curveball. Flied to shallow center field, and it's going to be caught by Rosenthal, who gets the ball into Murphy. So that's out number 1. No advance by Froelich.
And then Wolf adjusted by mixing in his slider more often, and now looks like the Mainz Athletics have adjusted by looking for that slider to hit. So it's always a bit of a cat and mouse game. It's what makes baseball beautiful.
Yeah, and we're only in the second inning, so it's going to go back and forth. Remember, these are 2 7-inning games that we are playing today. So the double headers now are 7 innings, and if we go extra innings, as disciples know, we'll start with runners on first and second. Not 1 zombie runner, but 2. Nicky Vikert is asking for time, not getting it, and now he finally does, as Wolf was holding the ball. That was interesting.
Yeah. Umpire does not have to grant you time, but they usually do. Unless you're being unreasonable, they'll give you time.
Vikert 2 out of 6 so far in the early going. And there's the curve, and that's on the corner.
And speaking of long careers, Vikert's been in the league since 2008. So they've got a lot of veteran presence here in Mainz, and also some young players too, which is great to see.
Yeah, there's a fly ball to right field. This is sending Thomas back, and he's under it, has to one-hand it. Didn't get a great read on that ball, but he does come up with it. And good base running by Froelich as he tags and goes to third. So there are 2 down, and now the top of the order for Kevin Kotowski. Yeah, a lot of veterans on this team, but the Kotowski brothers as well. It's pretty much a team of veterans, and that's why they're always so good. You got Max Bolt.
Mm-hmm. And it's great for those young players, too, who are coming up, who can see how these guys prepare for a game, how they deal with adversity, and how to perform at the top level here in Germany.
Of course, they won the championship in 2016. They also won it in 2007. So Max Bolt would have been around for both of those. There might be some other pitchers that were around for that as well. First pitch to Kotowski was low. Some other players. Kotowski singled his first time, and now he drives one high and deep to right center field. It is not going to be caught, and it gets wedged in the fence. Scoring is Froelich, and Kotowski is at second base with the double. I'm not sure if that's going to be an automatic double or doesn't really matter. It was it hit the netting above the metal fence and then sort of cradled in it.
Yeah, it's touch it, play it out there in the wall. He could have said ball is out of play, dislodged in the fence, but it's the same result.
But that was a long drive off the bat of Kotowski, who is not usually a home run hitter, but that ball would have been gone in, I think, every other ballpark in Germany except this one.
Absolutely, yeah.
So it's 2-0 Mainz on the RBI double off the bat of Kotowski. He's now in scoring position with 2 down, and now Thomas Joyce, who likes to pepper the walls and further in this ballpark. See what he does here. Fastball high and outside, 1-0.
Speaking of further to the building, in case you're wondering at home, the building out past right field is about 405 feet away, and Joyce one-hopped that last year.
And he pops this one up on the infield. Callum Murphy is there, and he makes the catch to end the inning. So 1 run on 2 hits. No errors, 1 left on base. At the end of 1.5 innings of play, it's Mainz 2, Haar nothing. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We move to the bottom of the 2nd inning. Mainz with a 2-0 lead. And for the Disciples, it'll be 4-5-6. Nate Thomas, Joe Rosenthal, and Lucas Bickel. Nate Thomas, a switch hitter batting from the left side. He's going to go to work against Tim Stahlmann, who got through the 1st inning very easily with a bunch of weak contact. They will play Thomas slightly to pull as the infielders up the middle, Froelich and Weikert, are swung around towards the right side, but Froelich still is playing shortstop. You can see him there, number 25 in your screen. The pitch is a strike, 0-1.
That's what's so tough about facing guys like Tim Stahlmann and some of the rest of the Athletics pitchers here. They don't give you a whole lot. They're not going to give you a ton of walks and hit by pitches. You really got to hit your way around.
And next pitch was in there for a strike 2, and Thomas quickly in the hole. And he fights that one off to stay alive. Still 0-2. As Stahlmann, I remember back, I think it was 2017, 16 or 17. So in 16, he went 13-1 with a 1.99 ERA. 2017, he was 14-2 with a 3.54 ERA. And then 2018, I believe he had some injury issues.
Yeah, yep.
He did not pitch very much, but it came back in full force 2019. And now that one is in there for strike 3 here in 2023 to tie it all together.
Yeah, what a year in 2016. 13-1, 1.99 ERA, 94 Ks in 77 innings. He's been a dominant pitcher when he's been healthy. And he looks good today so far.
Yep. And so Joe Rosenthal will step up to the plate. Rosenthal hitting at 152, 5 for 33 with 15 strikeouts. That's the number that he would love to work on. He's one of those guys, when he does that, hit the ball hard to shortstop, things happen, and that's what happened there. That ball took a funny hop, and Froelich tried to one-hand it, and it just sort of squirted over his glove, and so Rosenthal is aboard. We will see if that's a hit or an error.
I would expect an error.
Yeah, and I think it's already gone on the board.
Even though Rosenthal's a very strong runner, and he's bounced around a little bit in the lineup. Boomer Saunders still trying to find the best spot for him in the lineup to get him going and get him on base.
So Rosenthal is aboard. And now Bickel looks at a curveball for a strike. Bickel with 3 hits in 14 at-bats. Of course, Rosenthal is probably a threat to go. He is going. The pitch is taken for a ball. The throw to second base is not in time. It was a good play by the shortstop Froelich to jump up and keep that ball from getting past him. So Rosenthal steals, and he's in scoring position.
Yeah, he's been itching to go on the bases. He just hasn't been on base a whole lot this year, so good to see him get one there.
And it was indeed an error on the shortstop. So if he would score, that would be an unearned run. 1 ball, 1 strike to count on Lucas Bickle. Callum Murphy is on deck. And a little roller pulled foul towards the third base dugout. 1-2 now.
Disciples have struggled to score runs so far this season, and maybe speed is the answer for them.
Well, Bickle is a guy who can drive the ball to the gaps as well. Rosenthal's going again, and the ball is grounded to third, and he gets through. A little base hit, and here comes Joe Rosenthal to score. Well, Rosenthal had to jump over that ground ball, and then the third baseman, Jimenez Ramos, didn't want to obstruct the base runner, so he had to let the ball go by. And that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah, and good play there by Rosenthal also to pick up Coach Boomer Saunders, who was waving him around. It looked like the shortstop maybe had a play on it, but he wasn't able to get there and allowed Rosenthal to get home.
It was a roller right to the spot where Rosenthal was running.
Yep.
And the ball got under him and then got past Jimenez Ramos and Froelich also. So 2-1 now the score, and there's a little blooper to shallow left field, and this is going to be caught out there by Kalen Sullivan, so Murphy flies out. Got jammed on that pitch. That's out number 2.
That's really good for the Disciples early. Like we said, they've been struggling to score runs this year, and they haven't put a ton of pressure on the defense, and that was something that Rosenthal was able to do there. Obviously a good base runner, a fast base runner, pressure on the defense. If they can do that today, they're going to have a chance to win.
Simon Lechner, the hitter, with Bickle on first base, being held on by Joyce. The pitch is outside for a ball. Lechner, 5 hits and 27 at-bats, 4 walks.
Plus whatever he did in Mannheim Game 1.
Yeah. That pitch is high. 2-0 to him. There's a hole on the right side because Joyce is holding Bickle on the bag. So if Simon could roll one through there, he could get a hit. And this one is low, scooped by Bolt. 3 balls and no strikes. Niels Schmidt is on deck, the number 9 hitter. As you see the umpire, Kevin McKnight, blocking our view of home plate. It's a different person every week, but that's how it is here.
Can't avoid it.
3-0. And ball 4. So Lechner is aboard, and Bickle goes to second. Now first and second for Niels Schmidt. Schmidt, like I mentioned, you mentioned he had a home run last weekend in Mannheim, had a big day. So his statistics, actually not including that, say he's 0 for 7, or 0 for 16 rather. But that has changed, so.
It's still not online, I just checked, so in case anybody is fact-checking us.
Yeah, the statistics take a while to update, and then also when a team has not uploaded them yet, that makes a big difference. There's a good breaking ball. That's the pitch I remember Stallman throwing so well back in 2016-17. That 12-6 over the top breaking ball that just falls off the table. That's, I think, the first one he's thrown today.
And he commands it so well. He can throw it for a strike. He can throw it down in the dirt.
There it is again. It's a little high this time, though.
Schmidt has a tall zone, but still a little bit up. Neil Schmidt's about 6'6". He's a big guy.
1 ball, 1 strike on him. Runners leading first and second. Lechner and Bickle. That's a strike at the knees. 1-2. And Stallman's next pitch. Popped up foul. That's going to be out of play over our heads. And so the count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nate Thomas struck out to start the inning. Rosenthal then, as we mentioned, all he did was put the ball in play, but because of his speed, maybe the shortstop Froelich rushed his play a little bit, made an error. Then he stole second. He was on his way to steal third when Bickle singled through the left side, and then he scored. Breaking ball got him swinging to end the inning. But the Disciples get a run. It's an unearned one. There was 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 left on base. So we go to the 3rd inning. It is 2-1 Mainz. This is Our Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We move to the 3rd inning. Remember, it's only a 7-inning ball game here in Game 1, which started right on time at noon. And Daniel Wolf, who has thrown 33 pitches, is going to deal with 3, 4, and 5. Max Bolt, Peter Johannesson, and Marlon Jimenez Ramos. Max Bolt struck out his first time, and so he will step up for his 2nd battle with Daniel Wolf. 21-year-old right-hander for the Our Disciples. And he swings through a breaking ball. 0-1.
Going right back to it. Got him in the 1st inning, swung over a slider, and then got a strike 3 called on a slider. Looks like he's following the same playbook.
Well, a foul tip into the mitt this time. Strike 2.
See if he goes back to it a 3rd time, maybe a little further out of the zone.
Looked like an off-speed pitch there, and it was a little further out of his zone.
Yeah.
Trying to get a chase. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That one's down and in. Again, an off-speed pitch.
Yeah, 4 straight sliders from Daniel Wolf. Max Bolt, obviously a very dangerous hitter. Do not want to give him something he can get a hold of.
And he got him. 2nd time Bolt has struck out.
Looked like a change up there.
Yeah,
so.
he was out in front. That was a good. That one had some good tumbling action. It looked like. What's your replay? Yeah,
Tough.
it just sort of dives down at the end. That was a good pitch.
That was a really good pitch. Tough at bat if you're Bolt there. Looking to lead off the inning. You see 4 sliders and a changeup, but comes with the territory when you're the all-time leader in home runs and you're hitting normally over 400. It's you got to expect that.
I think in the 1st inning he saw 4 out of 5 pitches were also off speed.
Yeah.
So now Peter Johannesson, who walked his first time. That wide open stance. And he drives one deep to the gap. Back goes Schmidt in left center field, and he's there to make the catch. Sounded good off the bat, but kind of died out there. And Schmidt actually had quite a bit of room before he got to the warning track. That's out number 2.
Yeah, good swing from Johannesson. You're right, I thought it was hit a little bit harder, but Schmidt was able to get under it and get the 2nd out here.
And so now Marlon Jimenez Ramos, as we take a look at this replay of that last swing off the bat of Johannesson. Now we're back. That pitch is a strike called in the outside corner. Thorpe was set up on the inside corner. Had to reach back across, but still got the call. Well, could be a big pick-me-up for Daniel Wolf to get through this inning quickly here. Especially dealing with the middle of the order, 3, 4, 5. That pitch is low, 1-1.
Yeah, and it's always good to get those first 2 quick outs, obviously, but sometimes pitchers have a tendency to let off the gas when you get those first quick 2.
Swing and a miss. Jimenez Ramos was going for the downs on that one. Came up empty. He singled his first time, hit that little swinging bunt that was fielded by Music at third. It's a good name. It's got a good ring to it. This one is lined to left field. Schmidt coming on, and he's going to have to play it on a short hop. That's a base hit. He almost got caught in between there, as I think that was a sinking liner with topspin.
Yeah, and it was looking like Schmidt was thinking about diving, and then he made a great play to keep it in front of him, put the body in front of it, and not give up more than you have to there.
Jimenez Ramos jumping on that breaking ball that stayed up. So he's at first with 2 outs for Kalen Sullivan, who hit into that rally-killing double play in the first inning. And he fouls away the breaking ball. 1 strike. Sullivan came up with the bases loaded, 1 out, and hit a tapper back to Wolf. Which turned into a 1-2-3 double play to end that first inning. Breaking ball popped up down the right field line. Long run for Nate Thomas, and he can't get there. Went into a slide, but he came maybe a couple meters short of making that catch. So it's strike 2.
Like you said, Tim, a lot of speed in this outfield from the Haar Disciples and the right ballpark to do it in, with that enlarged center field and gaps in right field and left field.
Yeah, the Disciples are kind of like the old Kansas City Royals, where the giant outfield, they would just get fast guys to play out there. There's a ground ball and a nice play by Murphy behind the bag to one-hand it and then touch up for out number 3. So the force play ends the inning. No runs, a hit, no errors, 1 left on base at the end of 2.5. It is 2-1 Mainz. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. To the bottom of the 3rd inning here in Haar. Mainz 2, the Haar Disciples 1. 2 runs, 6 hits, 1 errors for the Athletics. 1-1-0 for the Disciples. In fact, the Disciples' 1 run is unearned. And they will start over here with the top of the order. Will Thorpe, and then Nick Michelli and Patrick Music against the right-hander Tim Stallman. Stallman has 1 strikeout, 1 walk, and allowed 1 hit so far. So Thorpe, who grounded out, gets his second look at Stallman, and the pitch is a breaking ball high.
Thorpe's sporting the batting gloves today. I've never seen him wear batting gloves. Have you, Tim? Maybe he's trying something different.
Actually, yeah, that's a good point. I don't think I have.
Maybe he's trying to mix it up here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, ball players, generally speaking, don't change their habits unless they're trying to change results.
Yeah.
And so Thorpe trying a new feel, and he looks at a pitch down the pipe. That's 2-1 now from Stallman.
Thorpe, a product of Lewis and Clark State College in Idaho.
And he shows bunt, and the pitch is low for ball 3. 3-1. There's a lot of guys that have played in the Bundesliga from Lewis and Clark College. I can't remember who it was I was looking up. I mean, I know several have played for the Disciples as well. I think also Joey Dyke was one of those.
Yeah.
Pitch inside.
Yeah, he was.
That's ball 4. So Thorpe a leadoff walk, and the Disciples have a base runner to start things. You wonder if maybe Michelli will bunt. They've been trying to play small ball. It hasn't really been working, but neither has the large ball been working. They're just trying to do something offensively. They did get a run thanks to the base running of Joe Rosenthal last inning. But you got to pick your spots, and sometimes you never really know what's going to work. You know, if you pick something and it doesn't work, then everybody second guesses you. And
for sure, it's definitely tough to coach. I can speak from experience. So when you're not winning ball games, and you don't want to do too much and run yourself out of innings and take it out of the player's hands, but you also want to show that, hey, we got to make an adjustment too.
Yeah, and also like put some energy out into the field. There's a pitch up and in. Right now, maybe what they need to do is just take a pitch, because Stallman has missed with 6 consecutive now. Michelli, who flied to right field his first time, has a 2-0 count. Thorpe fakes, the pitch is upstairs, ball 3. So Michelli, I would wager the house on it, would be taking on this pitch.
Yep.
And he takes ball 4. That's 8 straight out of the zone from Stallman. I'm missing just a little bit up. But Michelli is one of the shorter players on the Disciples. So now Patrick Music with a couple guys on. Give a shout out to Kevin Treasel watching the game.
The K-Dog. Retired number here in Haar.
That's right, number 3.
Former German national team pitcher.
Patrick Music grounded out his first time. Ducks on the pond, he squares, and he lays a good bunt down. That is a base hit. Nobody could do anything with that one, as 3 Mainz Athletics converged and just sort of watched it die in the grass. That was absolutely perfect. So the bases are loaded with nobody out. And
just a great bunt.
Thomas.
Yeah. Sorry, just a great bunt there by Music, the new disciple, who's got some power and he's got some speed too.
He's getting down the line good there.
Yeah. He had 5 stolen bases last year for Tucson in the Pecos League.
And so now Nathan Thomas is the hitter. Meanwhile, there's a discussion on the mound. Will Kilgore, who, by the way, got to be one of the youngest Bundesliga coaches. He's 26 years of age.
Wow.
Recently finished his baseball career playing for Georgia State, which is NCAA Division I. And he's almost 27, actually. His birthday is May 16th, so he'll be turning 27 soon. But yeah, he was hired as the head coach for the Mainz Athletics.
Good to see him getting in there early, and looks like he's got, well, yeah, he does have a large veteran presence on this team, which can help you a lot as a coach. I can speak from experience on that, to rely on those guys to help you out with practice and game management and management of the younger players as well.
And right now, Stallman going to try to manage a bases loaded, nobody out situation against Nathan Thomas. And the strike is on the outside corner. Thomas struck out looking his first time. So 2 walks and a perfect bunt single. And now Thomas, who's really like the biggest bopper in the lineup, this is the Disciples' chance to put up some runs. And that pitch is low. 1 ball and 1 strike. You know Thomas is looking for something to drive. Tough guy to double up as well. 1-1. A ground ball back through the middle. It is fielded by the shortstop. Flipped to short, 1 on to first, not in time. A run scores, and the game is tied at 2 as Nate beats it out. It was a slow ground ball, and Froelich made actually a good play. Flipped it to Vikert, who turned it quickly, but Thomas beat it.
Yeah, Thomas just too fast down the line. One of the faster runners in the league. Shows as he has 144 career stolen bases. Like you said, Tim, just a tough guy to double up.
So give Nate Thomas a run batted in. The ball game is tied at 2. And now Joe Rosenthal with runners on first and third. So, of course, Music was forced out at second base. That play goes 6-4. Thorpe scored. Michelli is now at third. So first and third for Joe Rosenthal, who reached on an error and then later scored in the second inning. Tied at 2 in the bottom of the third. Remember, it's only a 7-inning game. And there goes Nate, and Rosenthal is plunked. But that ball looked like it hit the front of the helmet even or something. But yeah, Rosenthal doesn't seem to be any worse for wear.
He's a tough kid, but I think he was able to turn away from that. Let's see on the replay.
Oof. Maybe he got him on the shoulder.
He's on first base, and we just saw Yannick Wildenhain frantically running over to the bullpen to warm up.
Lucas Bickle now has a breaking ball. The Stallman sort of uncharacteristically falling behind hitters this inning.
Yeah.
And then really lost it on that last pitch, but now he pours a breaking ball on the outside corner to Bickle, who singled to drive home a run his first time. Bases loaded. A line drive, that's a base hit to left field. In comes Michelli. Thomas is held up as the throw comes all the way through. So the Disciples take the lead 3-2. RBI single off the bat of Lucas Bickle, his second of the day. Well, solid piece of hitting.
And Thomas was being waved around and then quickly put the brakes on going around third. It was a strong throw from Sullivan in left field.
Yeah, I think they would have had him in left actually if they had let him go through. And with one out, you've got Cal Murphy, a guy who can put the ball in play here. Disciples don't want to, like you said, run themselves out of any innings. They've scored 2 here. There's one out, bases still loaded. And that curve is too high. So Thomas, Rosenthal, and Bickle, the base runners now. 1 ball, no strikes on Cal Murphy, who flied out his first time. And that one is too high again. Fastball, 2-0.
Maybe the first time I've ever seen Nate Thomas get held up on third on a single.
Yeah, that's true.
Coming from second. There was one out, but
here it comes. That one is in for a strike. 2-1.
Thomas is a guy who just seems like he just glides around the bases. He takes 2 steps and he's at first base, and likewise around the other bases.
2-1 to Murphy. Bases loaded, 1 out. Inside, ball 3. There have been 2 walks and a hit batter in this inning so far.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a jam here, and the Athletics do have somebody getting ready quickly.
Stallman is still trying to work quickly. He's not taking a lot of time on the mound. 3-1. That's a strike. That's paint on the outside corner. Full count. Thomas at third. Rosenthal at second. Bickle at first. Down low, ball 4. Just missed. And the Disciples get another run. That's a bases-loaded walk for Cal Murphy. Thomas will score. Rosenthal the third. Bickle to second. And the Disciples lead 4-2. And that's going to be it for Tim Stallman, as Will Kilgore is out for the second time. So somewhat unexpected short outing for Tim Stallman.
Yeah, definitely unexpected. As we said, Tim talked about how solid of a starter he's been in this league, and he's got 55 career wins and right around 600 innings pitched, but not his day. Let's see if Yannick Wildenhain can pick him up and turn things around here for the Athletics.
Wildenhain will come in with the bases loaded and 1 out. He will face Simon Lechner, and we'll take a short break. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by Brauerei Wildbräu. So we are back, and Yannick Wildenhain is thrown into the fire. Bases loaded. Simon Lechner will step up to the plate. Well, things declined rapidly for Tim Stallman here in the third inning. 2 walks, a single, a fielder's choice, a hit batter, a single and another walk, and he's no longer in the game. Wildenhain will deal with Lechner. Bases loaded and 1 out. And the first pitch is a curve in there for a strike.
Yeah, Wildenhain on this year, 10 innings pitched. It's had a bit of a slow start. 9.58 ERA, 11 earned runs in 10 and a third innings, 11 strikeouts and 8 walks.
And a ground ball up the middle. This is fielded by Vikert. He steps on second and throws to first. It's a double play, and the inning is over. Just like that. So the Athletics get their own rally-killing double play, just like the Disciples did in the first inning. But the Disciples have taken the lead. We go to the 4th inning. Haar 4, Mainz 2. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So we begin play in the top of the 4th. The Disciples have a 4-2 lead, thanks to 3 runs last half inning. Yannick Wildenhain coming on and getting a ground ball double play to get out of a bases-loaded jam. So both teams have traded bases-loaded double plays in this game. And the shortstop, Johnny Froelich, will take a ball outside from Daniel Wolf, pitching with the lead for the first time. 7, 8, 9 in the order for the Athletics. Froelich, Strickling, and Vikert. Swing and a miss. 1-1. So now a different mentality for Wolf pitching with the lead, or you just want to go out there and get it done? What do you think?
You definitely don't want to change what's been working for him. There's a base hit up the middle.
Yeah, that was another hanging breaking ball. The breaking balls have been effective when he's been able to get it down and away from the righties, and not when he leaves it in the middle of the plate like that.
Yeah.
But that's, like you said, part of the learning process. He still threw it for a strike, which is a positive. But Froelich is on, and now Leonard Strickling, the DH who flied out his first time. Froelich actually is 2 for 2. He also stole a base his last time. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, you want to just stick to your game plan and not get too worried about pitching to the scoreboard.
Yeah, because he did have a great inning last inning, and you want to keep that going. But it's also nice when your team picks you up and you get the lead back. It gives you a boost of confidence. But yeah, he's got to keep doing what's helped him be successful today.
And this pickoff attempt goes wild, but no advance, as the ball only trickled a few feet away from the first baseman, Michelli.
And that hit Froelich right in the spine. Ooh, looked like he's wincing a little bit in pain there. He called time. He's shaking it off on first base.
Well, I got to tell you, I once saw something very scary, which I'll say it now. It turned out to be okay, but I went to a Munich-Haar game a couple years ago just to hang out. And one of the players was hit by a pitch, and the pitch was, you know, it was not thrown hard, but he got hit square in the spine, and halfway to first base, he just collapsed and fell to the ground. Could not stand up, could not move.
Really?
And
Wow.
for like 2 hours, he was lying there while the EMT showed up and took him away on a stretcher. And that was like one of the most scary things I've ever seen.
That is a scary moment.
And it turned out that he was fine. Like a couple hours later, he was fine. But
Yep.
man, that's scary. Anyway, don't want to scare anybody in the viewing audience. Just relaying stories. Baseball is a game. A lot of things can happen.
You never know what you're going to see when you show up at the ballpark.
Yeah, hopefully nothing like that, though. 2-0, by the way, on Strickling. Swing and a miss. A hefty cut by Leonard. High fastball, 2-1. Nice relaxed atmosphere, just a nice breeze. The breeze is what, from left to right, I would say?
Yep.
So blowing out to right field, so watch out for those lefty hitters that the Mainz Athletics have.
Yeah, it looks like it's carrying to right field.
And another check on the runner.
Which is definitely, as you said, more helpful to Mainz, I would say, than to Haar.
Well, they've got all those big bats that go from the left side.
A notable one missing this year, however, in Austin Gallagher.
That's right. There's a swing and a miss. He went around for sure on that. That's strike 2, 2-2. Yeah, in the past they also had, oh, now I'm totally blanking on the name. Thomas DeWolf.
Yep.
Also played for, well, he played for almost everybody in the Bundesliga. Tübingen, Stuttgart, Mainz, Mannheim, yep. This one in the dirt. Good block by Thorpe.
Austin Gallagher, who famously hit a ball off the building in batting practice. If you're walking from the S-Bahn to the field in Haar, take a look up at the top row there, and you'll see a dent in the building.
I'm showing the wide shot, so you see that big building in right field. There goes the runner. The pitch is outside for ball 4. So 2 on, and now the Athletics have their turn to try to answer the runs the Disciples put up in the 3rd inning. And Ryan Bollinger is going to come out to the mound and have a little discussion with Daniel Wolf.
Yeah, so the corner of the building is 417 feet away. And then that's probably what?
It's also about 100 feet high or something.
Yeah, I was going to say 70 feet high.
Yeah.
So you do the math on that. I don't know what the conditions were that day for batting practice, but that's a long shot.
It is a blast. I remember showing up to the ballpark and everybody was telling me, man, Gallagher hit one off the building in batting practice. I think that a guy there some years ago, the Czech national team was here to play an exhibition game, and somebody from that team also hit one off the building. Right, that was the first person to hit. That building had just been built back then.
Yeah.
Anyway,
as we mentioned earlier, 405. The closest you can get to hitting that building, if you go right down the line, is 405 feet. At the corner there is about 417 feet. So it's a big shot there. Unusual ballpark, as we said, 454 feet to center field.
Yeah,
it's a graveyard.
With a high fence.
Yeah, it's a graveyard. It's a pitcher's ballpark.
Yeah. Nicky Weikert, the number 9 hitter who flied out, he's got 2 on. Will he bunt? He squares, and it's a ball. He could also be showing it, trying to wait for Daniel Wolf to throw a strike, but Wolf, given the lead, is trying to get some outs here, but so far unsuccessfully. The single by Froelich started the inning, and then the walk to Stöckling. He came into the inning having thrown, I think, 46 pitches. So it's been a bit of a battle.
Weikert, who is a very good bunter, too. Not surprised that he squared around there.
He squares again, and he bunts through that one. That's going to be strike 1, I believe. Didn't see a signal, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
Yep.
1 ball, 1 strike. I guess Ryan Saunders wanted to confirm that same thing as well.
Yeah, he was not going to let that pitch be thrown. Boomer Saunders came out of the dugout
so it
protesting.
Is 1-1. It is 1 ball, 1 strike. Weikert squaring early to see if the infielders come in. And he lays it down third base side. That's a good bunt. Wolf has only, well, now he has nothing. he really only had one chance, and that was to first base, and he realized he probably wasn't going to have a play there either, and wisely held on to the ball. So a base hit for Vikert, and this is looking very similar to last inning.
Like I said, yeah, Vikert's an excellent bunter. He doesn't care that Michelli's coming in on him. He's just going to put it down to third base, right in no man's land. Could have been a miscommunication there, but Vikert's busting his butt down the line, and it's a base hit.
It almost looked like Michelli was thinking about doing that Anthony Rizzo play where he runs all the way in front and tries to get it on the third base side. But, you only do that if you're absolutely convinced that the hitter is going to bunt. Yep. Because if he swings away, whoa.
Look out.
We're going to have a pitching change here. Sean Cowan is coming into the ball game. Bases loaded, nobody out. And so this inning is starting out nearly identical to how the Disciples inning did last inning. The first three are on, and so now Boomer Saunders goes to the bullpen. We'll take a short break. It's 4-2 Disciples, and the Athletics have the bases loaded. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So the lefty Sean Cowan comes in to pitch, and he's going to deal with the top of the order. So fun times. Sean Cowan, welcome to the game. Bases loaded. You got Katowski, Joyce, and Bolt. 2 out of the 3 are lefties, obviously, and that's what Boomer Saunders is thinking here.
Yeah, playing the matchup against lefties, and Cowan's been used this year, or Saunders has used him this year to get out of jams, been often brought in with guys on base. He's pitched five times this year for a total of 6 innings, allowed 6 hits, 2 earned runs, 4 walks and 8 strikeouts, good for a 3 ERA.
Froelich, Struckling, and Vikert, the base runners. There's nobody out. Katowski 2 for 2, single and a double. He scored a run and driven one in. And there's a good curveball, strike 1 to him. Single, walk, single, and then a shower for Daniel Wolf. But he got the Disciples this far. This is a game, the Disciples knew coming in they were going to have to try to piece it together. That breaking ball is high, 1 ball and 1 strike. Remember, it's a 7-inning game, so not a lot of time.
And I like this move by Boomer. Top of the order looked real good against Wolf. Just seeing the ball well against him. 3 hits and 4 at-bats, the first 2 batters of the game. Katowski and Joyce. So good time for a change. Show him something different.
The 1-1. That one just missed, but Katowski is spinning out of the way. That's a good break from Cowan.
That was a real good pitch. Where he wanted to throw it, I think. See on the replay.
Yeah, a bit
close.
high and inside, but
yeah.
You got to throw 1 fastball somewhere in there to keep him honest. 1-2. That was the fastball, and he just missed the corner, 3-1. But not a bad pitch selection.
Yep. Cowan's got that big curveball with a lot of vertical and horizontal movement on it. Likes to throw it to lefties. It's really effective when it's down.
Nowhere to put Katowski, though, 3-1. Strike call. That one just catching the corner, 3-2.
Katowski's got a great eye. Another veteran hitter, has been in the league since 2008.
National team player. And the curve just missed the inside corner. Ball 4, and it's a bases-loaded walk to make it 4-3.
Cowan wanted that one, yeah.
Yeah.
Thorpe wanted it too.
Very
It's
close.
a good pitch. Yeah.
It's a great pitch. I mean, he executed and just missed. So a bases-loaded walk, and now does not get any easier.
Nope. Another lefty, a little bit more power too in Joyce. So this guy you got to be real careful with.
And that curve is high. 1 ball, no strikes. So Froelich scored on that walk. Strickling is now at third. Vikert at second. And Gutowski at first. 4-3 the score. Something tells me that's not going to be the final score of this game.
Don't imagine so.
There's ball 2. 2-0.
2 straight breaking balls from Cowan. When you're lefty and you come in to face lefties, you kind of know what your coach is asking you to do.
Still nobody out in this inning. There's a strike. 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike on Thomas Joyce. Bases loaded, nobody out. 4-3 for the Disciples. But that lead is in jeopardy. That one is outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. There is more activity in the Disciples bullpen.
Joyce has also power to left center if he looks that way too.
Ground ball, base hit into right field. In to score is 1 run. Vikert is going to be held at third. The throw comes in by Nate Sean Thomas. And so the game is tied on the RBI single off the bat of Thomas Joyce.
We're going to have a visit from, watch the replay here.
Fastball looked like, and Joyce didn't try to do too much. Nice easy swing. Yanked it through the right side. Ryan Bollinger out there to chat with the lefty.
Yeah, laid off a lot of those curveballs that were just outside the zone. Got to pitch up, hit it hard, like you said, Tim. Didn't try to do too much. Get it to the next guy. Easy to say when Max Bolt's behind you.
Yeah. And there's still nobody out in the inning, so.
And can't make a pitching change here because he's only faced 2 batters.
Right. We do have the 3 batter minimum in this league. And
Ryan's given it to Ilya Khan.
Yeah.
He's got to be careful here. Yeah. He's got to be careful if he wants to stay in this game. And Khan's given him a bit of a leash here.
Yep. Now he's been tossed. Bollinger has been tossed. And Bollinger getting his opinion.
He's fired up. He's fired up. I believe it was to do with that pitch.
Probably that pitch to Gutowski,
Pitch to Gutowski by Cowan that was a good pitch, like we said, and Bollinger saw it differently than Ilya did.
So Max Bolt will step up to the plate. First of all, we have to wait for Kevin McKnight, the third base umpire, to return to the field.
Yeah.
Bollinger will leave the field. So the bases are still loaded, and there's still nobody out. The game is tied at 4. Things, just as they did for Tim Stallman last inning, they're deteriorating for the Disciples now. Cowan against Max Bolt, who is over 2 with 2 strikeouts. That was all against Daniel Wolf. And now he lines it into right center field. Thomas is over. He makes the catch, tagging from third, and coming home to score is Nicky Vikert. Excuse me, that was Strickling that had scored before. Vikert scores now. So there's the first out, but it's a sac fly, and Mainz now leads 5-4. That ball was well hit.
Just a good piece of hitting from Bolt. Get something down, punches it the other way, get the job done, get a guy in, get your team the lead. Veteran hitting right there.
So Peter Johannesson steps up to the plate. 1 away, 5-4 Mainz. The other runners stayed put, so Joyce and Gutowski still at first and second. As a breaking ball, that's outside, ball 1. 1-0. That one is inside. 2 balls and no strikes. 5 runs, 9 hits for the Athletics. They've made 1 error in this game. 4-3-0 for the Disciples. Runners leading first and second. That is ball 3. Thorpe lost it for a moment, but then found it quickly.
Cowan's been trying to get ahead with that curveball, but he's just not getting the call. It's a tough pitch because it moves so much, but it's got to be down in the zone to get any sort of strike call on that.
And that one catches the corner, 3-1. Remember, it's only a 7-inning game. These doubleheaders are 7-inning games only. And so here in the 4th, you know, it feels like what the 6th or 7th in a normal 9-inning game might be. That's ball 4.
Yeah, and we've had a lot of questions that why is it 7 innings? I don't know the reason, but
I don't know why.
The league came out this year and said, yeah, 7 innings, maybe because of the dark. We had a couple of games postponed due to darkness.
Yeah, that was always Mainz. Those were always the Mainz games that would go. It'd be like 14-14 tied at 9.
Yeah.
And then go to extra innings, and those are fun. I don't know how fun they are for the players, but so now Jimenez Ramos with the bases loaded, and he hits one down the line. That's fair. 1 run is going to score. 2 runs are going to score. Bolt is going to be held at third. It's a 2-run double for Marlon Jimenez Ramos, and Mainz leads 7-4.
Man, he's had some big hits for them this season.
He's 3 for 3 today.
Yep. The games I've watched from Mainz earlier this year too, he's had some clutch hits for them. Guys getting on base in front of them. He just gets a pitch to drive here, and he doesn't miss it.
Past the dive of the third baseman Music, and now Thorpe out to the mound along with Michelli.
This will be a mound visit. Anytime a player disrupts the flow of the game and comes to the mound, it's ruled a mound visit.
That would be the second one, though.
Yep.
So if that's the case,
they're going to the bullpen. It just hasn't been
remove Cowan.
Yeah, it just hasn't been signaled yet, or maybe not.
Here comes Boomer Saunders.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah.
So yeah, this is going to be a pitching change. We'll take a short break. The Mainz Athletics have taken the lead. It's 7-4. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So we go to the next pitching change. Actually, we're still in the 4th inning. Adriano Penskover is on for the Disciples. And he has pitched 2 1/3 innings this year, 6 hits and 4 runs, a walk and a strikeout. So he comes on, runners on 2nd and 3rd, 7-4 Mainz. They have plated 5 here in the inning to take the lead. Very short-lived lead the Disciples had after the bottom of the 3rd. But that has evaporated. Infield is in. The hitter is Kalen Sullivan. And the pitch. That's a strike called at the top of the zone, 0-1. Sullivan is 0 for 2. But think back to the last at-bat for the Disciples. They had the bases loaded, and then Mainz getting the double play ground ball to get out of the inning. How the tables have turned. There's strike 2 from Penskover.
And to note, Penskover did pitch in Game 1 in Mannheim, which is not in the stats. So he does have +3 innings there, which he had, I think, 7 strikeouts and only a couple walks, which was a really good outing for him. And I think that's why Boomer Saunders is trusting him in this situation.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. That's out number 2. So Kalen Sullivan strikes out. And now Johnny Froelich, who started this inning with a solid single.
Big out there, and Penskover he's tough on righties. He's got a cutting fastball and a slider and a curveball. Most of that stuff moves away from right-handed hitters, which makes him effective.
Froelich is 2 for 2, 2 singles, 2 runs scored. He also stolen a base. Popped foul. That is 4 straight strikes thrown by Penskover since coming into the game. That was a good breaking ball.
Yeah, he's a strike thrower. Where he does get in trouble is when he catches too much of the plate.
Yeah, he's a junk baller.
Yeah, and if he can keep it on that outside corner, he's got to live on the black. He's got to live on the corners. If he's throwing ones down the middle, and especially up in the zone, he can get hammered.
Fly ball, center field. Rosenthal is drifting back into the alleyway. He's got room and makes the catch to end the inning. So Penskover comes on and finally is able to get out of the inning. But it was a big one for Mainz. They score 5 runs and take the lead 7-4. This is Har Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We move to the bottom of the 4th inning after an eventful top of the 4th. Now Yannick Wildenhain is the pitcher of record for the Mainz Athletics, and they have also made a change. Will Kilgore has put Jerome Nozo in left field in place of Kalen Sullivan. And so Yannick Wildenhain is going to try to hold the lead. 7-4 Mainz. He will do so against 9-1-2 for the Disciples. Niels Schmidt, Will Thorpe, and then Nick Michelli. Schmidt only has one at bat today. He struck out. And the right-hander Wildenheim deals. Line drive. That is going to be a base hit. It was actually off the end of the bat, and it's gloved in the hole by the shortstop Froelich, but he has no chance to throw him out. So first pitch single for Niels Schmidt, and he's aboard to start things here in the 4th. And that will turn the lineup over for Will Thorpe.
Good approach from Schmidt here. Going to get a ball, not wasting any time. Looked like a breaking ball up. He had a grand slam last weekend. Maybe that was able to get him going.
So Thorpe, who has grounded out but walked and scored, now check on Schmidt, and he is back very close. First base. He went in standing and nearly got picked off.
Yeah. Schmidt's a good athlete. He has some speed, but very close over at first base.
Thorpe, who got things started for the Disciples in the 3rd inning by taking that leadoff walk against Stallman, and he takes the ball here. In fact, Stallman appeared to be in control, and then in the 3rd inning he walked the first 2 batters, gave up a bunt single, then a couple other hits and a hit batter, and his day was done. There's another check, and this time a dive back by Schmidt. And he wants Boomer Saunders to go through the signs again.
Correct move by Schmidt there. When you come back in standing and it's a little close, you got a feeling that the pitcher's going to throw over again, and you got to get dirty.
Breaking ball is too high and inside. And Wildenheim wanted to know if it was high or inside, and I think Jean said it was high. 2-0. And that one catches the inside corner, 2-1. And Thorpe asks for time. This is game 1 of a doubleheader. 2 7-inning games. We're on the bottom of the 4th. We started at noon today. And the 2-1. There's a ground ball, base hit to left field off the bat of Thorpe. And so 2 runners on to start things here in the 4th for the Disciples, as that'll bring up Nick Michelli. It's got to feel good for Will.
The batting gloves are working, Will. Stick with them.
He's been on base 2 out of 3 times today. Maybe hit that one off the end of the bat, but solid contact nonetheless. So now Nick Michelli, who has flied out, walked and scored, officially 0 for 1. And he thought about bunting, and the pitch is called a strike. 0-1.
Corner infielders take a step in here. You're down by 3, but you never know. Got to get some runs on the board.
And he squares. That ball bounced a few feet in front of home plate. Good block by Bolt. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Nick Michelli. Looking down at Boomer Saunders again.
Do you have that sense of fleeting time in a 7-inning game? I'd say 9-inning game here, no chance you bunt.
That pitch is high. I mean, trailing by 3 runs, it's questionable anyway, because even if you still need more base runners.
Yeah.
To bring the tying run to the plate.
And you're giving away an out, but if you can get 2 in the bottom of the 4th, get the rest later.
The pitch was called a strike, and the count 2-2. Michelli had been showing bunt and pulled it back as the pitch was running in on his hands. Two balls, 2 strikes. And the inside move. Well, if they're going to do any running, you would want to be absolutely sure that you can make it when you're trailing. 2-2 on Michelli. And that breaking ball is high. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Full count, Yannick Wildenheim. There's nobody out in the inning. Been a lot of base runners going back since the 2nd inning. There has been 1-2-3 inning in this game, and that was the Haar bottom of the 1st, and that's it. There's a hot shot, and what a pick. It's short by Froelich to second one, on to first double play. He wasn't even looking at the ball as that was in his glove. He was just trying to get out of the way, and turns into a 6-4-3.
Tailor-made.
Hit very hard by Michelli, but what can you do? Schmidt goes to third, and there are two down. But that was an Olay move by Froelich, if I've ever seen one. I think even he is laughing about it out at shortstop.
Yeah, hard hit ball, just in the wrong spot for Michelli.
And so now Music takes a ball. Patrick Music grounded out, and then he laid a perfect bunt single. That breaking ball is off the plate away, 2-0. There's a strike on the outside corner, 2-1.
Music, who's been brought in to bring some pop to this lineup.
And he lets that breaking ball down and away go by. Fieldenheim working very quickly. Schmidt is the runner at third. And the 3-1. That catches the outside corner, 3-2.
I had the chance to meet Pat Music the other day. He's a fine young gentleman from Alabama. Gotta love that southern accent.
Yeah, and he swings and misses right there, unfortunately. And that is the third out of the inning. So the Disciples with a good beginning, but then are turned away empty-handed. So no runs, one hit, no errors, one left on base. To the fifth inning we go. It is 7-4 Mainz. This is Heart Disciples Baseball. Brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We move to the top of the fifth inning here in Haar. 7-4 Mainz, and Adriano Penskover going to go after 8-9-1. Leonard Strickling, Nicky Weikert, and Kevin Katofsky. Breaking ball's popped up, foul territory. Michelli over near the Mainz dugout. That's going to land behind it. There's that new railing over there that prevented Michelli from diving into the actual dugout.
Going into the dugout would not have helped him.
Nope. One strike the count on Leonard Strickling, who has flied out, walked, and scored. Officially 0 for 1. Sun comes out now. Suddenly there's blue sky up ahead. It was very overcast. It was a good breaking ball from Penskover. Penskover throwing strikes. And that one is low. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, and Penskover, of course, important to throw strikes, but quality strikes for him is the big thing. He's really got to hit those corners, brush off batters when he needs to.
The little Nestor Cortez dance. And he almost lost that breaking ball up and in. But that was, Adriano's one of those guys. He uses everything he possibly can to try to fool the hitter, and that includes deception or changing the length of how his leg kick goes. There's a slow roller towards the shortstop Murphy with one hand on the run, throws him out. Good play. I think that's Murphy's first chance in this game.
I think he had one in the first inning, maybe on Katowski where he was safe. I think Murphy fielded that ball.
There was a ground ball somewhere. Yeah.
But his first assist.
Yep.
I think.
And now Nikki Vikert steps up to the plate. Vikert has singled and flied out. One away. This one is upstairs. Ball one. 1 ball, no strikes. Penske over to Vikert. They're playing him perfectly straight away. Does not get any more straight away than that. That breaking ball's high. 2-0.
And relatively shallow, too. Vikert not known as a power hitter.
There's a good curve that drops in. 2 balls and 1 strike. Penskover came on to get out of the disastrous 4th inning. Game was started by Daniel Wolf. He battled. That pitch just missed upstairs, 3-1. Wolf battled, but ended up 3 innings, 8 hits, 5 runs, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. Sean Cowan in 1/3 of an inning, 2 hits, 2 walks, and 2 runs, and that's the 7 runs for the Mainz Athletics. They have 10 hits in this game. 3-1 on Vikert, and he walked him. Never want to do that with the number 9 hitter. And so Nikki takes first base, and now the top of the order for Kevin Katowski. Katowski has been on base all 3 times. He's singled, doubled, scored, driven in a run, and also walked to drive in a run. And a swing and a miss. 0-1. Vikert with a pretty short lead off first base. Did not look like he was going to be going anywhere. We're in the top of the 5th.
Big swing from Katowski there. He's been having a great day. Why not let it loose?
0-1. That pitch was low. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Katowski's a career .298 hitter in the first Bundesliga, coming up on 1,500 at-bats. He's been in the league since 2008 for the Mainz Athletics. And as you said, German national team outfielder.
He's also a dual citizen of Finland.
Really? I didn't know that.
I believe his mother is Finnish. He and his brother Tim Katowski. Also, Tim is in the ballpark today as well. Pitches outside. 2 balls and 1 strike.
And he had a good tournament in the WBC qualifier, if I'm not mistaken.
Runner on first base, 1 out, 2-1 the count. And there's a check on him. And Vikert is back standing easily. That's Michelli holding him on. Penskover comes set. There goes the runner. The pitch is swung on and missed. The throw to second base is not in time, as Lechner had to leap up and grab that one. If it had been a bit lower, I think they had a chance to get him. As it stands, the count is 2-2, and Vikert still second.
Looked like a little hit and run action there from Mainz. Tough pitch.
So 2 balls and 2 strikes on Katowski. Vikert in scoring position now. 1 out, so anything to the outfield, he's probably going to try to score.
Yeah, Vikert's a good base runner.
That one's inside, and a good block by Thorpe.
And I like that call by Mainz head coach Will Kilgore. You're up 3 runs. Get some speed at the plate and on the bases. Why not do something like that? A strike thrower like Penskofer on the mound. From the young Mainz coach, like you said, 26 years old. Head coach in the Bundesliga.
Payoff pitch, that's outside, ball 4. Kotowski has walked. Well, in this game, that is now the 5th walk issued by Disciples pitchers.
And we're going to have a mound visit here from Boomer Saunders. Could be in the back of his mind that game from June last year. Thomas Joyce hit a ball a long way off Adriano Penskofer in that monster game he had where he went 4 for 4 with 3 home runs, a double, and a walk. That was on June 18th of 2022.
Yeah.
So maybe he's telling him, hey, don't throw that pitch you threw last year. What do you think, Tim?
Whatever you do, don't give up a bomb. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, that's some great coaching.
Yeah,
that's some great coaching right there.
That's the only type of coaching I'd be capable of. But I think on that particular day, it didn't really make much difference who was on the mound with Joyce the way he was swinging that day.
Go ahead. I was going to say the Disciples have to be getting up there in mound visits. You're only allowed 5 total in a game. Now the change doesn't count as a mound visit.
Huh. I meant, mound visits, that's something I completely have forgotten to keep track of, that's for sure.
The umpires are always on top of it, though.
Well, here's Joyce. Yeah, hopefully we don't have to deal with that. There's a drive foul. That ball sailing off into the distance, and there are kids over there. That ball left the second field, bounced on the sidewalk to the S-Bahn. That is a long foul ball. I didn't think it was going to be that far.
Yeah. Like we said, ballpark
easy power.
Yeah, ballpark Egelfing, 325 to the corner in right, about 335 to the gap in right, 405 feet to the softball dugout gate.
Well, the wind is also blowing that way, so Joyce got to be licking his chops. There's a back pick attempt on the strike, and the throw to second base not in time. So Joyce now with a 2-strike count.
Yeah, he's got to love hitting in this ballpark. I don't know what it is. Maybe just see the ball well. He's an excellent hitter. Had a bit of a slow start this year.
That one was way outside, 1-2. Although you would think, this ballpark for lefty hitters compared to Mainz is
deep.
It's no fun to play in.
Mainz is under 300 feet down the right field line.
One and 2 on Joyce, but it certainly doesn't feel like he's behind in the count after that foul ball. The next one, didn't mean to, and he fouled it off. Well, Penskover had him off balance with that one.
Sometimes those short porches can play a mental trick on you when you're thinking about it too much. Can have an impact.
2 on and only 1 out. Penskover trying to do anything he can to get through this inning. Fouled away. This entire game has been a battle for both teams. There has been only one 1-2-3 inning, and that was way back in the first. Since then, it's been base runners all over the place.
Yeah, a lot of guys on. Looks like they're staying away from Joyce here with 2 strikes. Be tough for a guy like Penskofer to beat him inside. Risk giving up something big.
That's high. 2-2. There's a big hole in the shortstop side.
Yeah, and you'll take
that.
Yeah, you'll take that. Something with not as much power to the left side, force him to hit it over there rather than throw one in his wheelhouse where he can turn on it and lose a ball.
Of course, it doesn't get much easier with Bolt on deck. 2-2. That's outside, full count. And Penskover already nodding to Thorpe as soon as he received the ball behind the mound, so obviously Will offering some sort of encouragement from behind the plate. He's got his sign, and now the pitch is just missed inside. Ball 4. And so the bases are loaded. 3 walks in the inning. 3 consecutive walks.
I like that pitch right there. Like I said, staying away, and then 3-2, come back in. Looks like, yeah, you can make your own judgment there. Hard to tell from where we are, and on the replay there, you can't see home plate.
Now Boomer Saunders is going to make a change. So we're going to have another pitching change. The bases loaded. Saunders is wearing a path out to the mound from the dugout today. We'll be right back. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So the bases are loaded. What else is new? Max Bolt is going to step up to the plate. And there's only 1 out in the inning, so we've seen 2 bases loaded double plays so far in this game. Can the Disciples turn another one? That's the question. Both Mainz and the Disciples have each turned 1 such double play. Infield will play back up the middle and in at the corners. Bolt, who is 0 for 2 with a sac fly, against Jan Endriat. And the first pitch is outside, ball 1.
Yeah, you had 2 tough at-bats against Daniel Wolf in the first and third innings where he was bombarded with off-speed pitches. Let's see if Thorpe and Endriat have the same approach here.
First pitch was a fastball, I believe, and here comes the next one. There's the curveball. Ground ball to third. He's going to come home, music, and he bounces the throw, and what a play. Nope, Thorpe could not hold it. So the run will score. That's going to be an E5, I believe. It almost was a great play by Thorpe, but then the ball popped out of his glove at the last moment. So another run scores.
A bit of a tricky play for Music, as you'll see on the replay. He's got to come in to get that ball. His momentum's taking him towards the plate. That's why he elected to throw it home, but the throw was off the mark.
He bounced it, and Thorpe had to reach way up the first baseline while also trying to keep his toe on the bag, and he had it in the glove for a minute, and then it popped out. And that's how things have gone this season for the Disciples in a nutshell. They had it for a minute, and then it slipped away. So Johannesson with the bases loaded. 8-4 Mainz leading. That pitch is high. Still only 1 out.
Good pitch by Endriat there to get the very dangerous hitter in Max Bolt to weakly ground to third base.
The 1-0. It's 8-4 Mainz. The scoreboard will update momentarily when all of the housekeeping on the scoring of that last play is updated. 2-0 the count on Johannesson. It was Weikert who scored. Katowski is at second. Joyce now at first, and Bolt at first. Excuse me, Joyce is at second. Bolt is at first. 2-0 on Johannesson. He can really zero one in here. And that's outside 3-0.
Johannesson, who's had a bit of a slow start so far this year, only hitting 158 with 1 home run.
That pitch is inside. I thought the count was 3-0.
Either way, Endriot wanted that pitch. He was giving a
count now is 3-1, I guess. That pitch was inside.
Yeah, Endriot wanted it nonetheless.
There's ball 4 to bring home another run. Give Johannesson a run batted in. As Katowski scores, it is now 9-4. As the merry-go-round continues to spin for the disciples, and not in a good way. So here's Marlon Jimenez Ramos. He's had a very good day. 2 singles and a double. 2 runs batted in. He's got more chances here. Bases loaded, still only 1 out. There's another game after this, and the way it's looking, Steve Norrell is going to have to pitch a complete game again. There's a line drive into center field. It's a base hit. The runner had to hold up from third. Joyce, now he comes to the plate, and he scores. So it is 10-4 Mainz on the RBI single. That's the 4th hit of the day for Jimenez Ramos.
And he had
run batted in.
He had 4 hits coming into this game, so he's doubled his season's total. And he looks great at the plate. I love his approach. He's just getting balls to hit. Doesn't look like he's overthinking, trying to do too much. Just, hey, see ball, hit ball, 4-hit day.
And so now Jerome Nozo, who came into the game for Kalen Sullivan a few innings ago. This is his first at-bat.
Of the season.
Of the season, okay.
I think. I don't see him in the stats.
Yeah, I guess you're right. And a good breaking ball. That's in there for a strike. Sullivan had been 0 for 3 while he was in there. The score is 10-4, if I'm not mistaken. I know the e-scoring scoreboard has not updated yet, but the scoreboard in the ballpark is also wrong. Right?
Yeah.
It's 10-4. The pitch is a strike. Because it was 7-4 at the start of this inning, and 3 runs have come in, so it's 10-4.
And welcome to the league. 2 curveballs there from Jan Endriat. He's up 0-2. It's a way to welcome a guy to his first AB.
Has he? I thought he might have played last year as well. Is he not in there at all?
He may have very well may have played last year, but either way, it's his first at bat this year. Yeah,
that's for sure. 0-2. Bases loaded. 1 out. And now there are 2 outs as Endriat gets the strikeout. So that'll bring up Johnny Froelich. So Froelich, who has also been on base 2 out of 3 times, 2 singles, 2 runs scored. But my scorecard is turning into a sea of ink. Bases loaded. 2 down now. And a swing and a miss. That was a good pitch down and away from Endriat. (10-4). As the scoreboard is updated there, you finally see. Took a while. I think they were deciding how to score that error. But
to the music to Thorpe there.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. Whether it was, I guess, on Thorpe.
Throw
I
it.
mean, but the throw bounced.
It was a throwing error for sure.
Pretty simple. Swing and a miss, strike 2.
Andriat's looked good so far. He's peppering the hitters with a barrage of curveballs and changeups, it looks like, keeping guys off balance. He's a pitch to contact guy for the most part, but he was able to get a big strikeout there.
This is the 9th man to bat in this inning. The Athletics sent 10 batters to the plate last inning. And he got him, and the inning is finally over.
Pitch to contact, what do I know?
2 straight strikeouts. Hey, takes all different kinds of ways to get through this game. And the Athletics have a healthy 10-4 lead. They score 3 times this inning. 3 runs on, let's see. 3 runs on 1 hit. How about that? 3 runs, 1 hit, 1 error, 3 left on base. And we go to the bottom of the 5th of a 7-inning game. It's 10-4 Mainz. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. It is the Mainz Athletics 10 and the Hard Disciples 4. And for the Disciples, it will be 4, 5, and 6. Nate Thomas, Joe Rosenthal, and Lucas Bickel against Yannick Wildenhain, who is now in line to get a win if he can get through this game. And the pitch to Thomas is a curveball in there for a strike. 0-1. Nate has struck out looking, reached on a fielder's choice, and driven in a run, and also scored. And now he drives one to deep right field into the gap. That's going to go to the wall. Thomas is racing to second base, and he is going to stop there as trailing by 6 runs. No reason to get thrown out at third base. So a solid double to deep right field for Nate Sean Thomas.
And especially with no outs.
Yep.
Johannesson did a good job to cut that ball off. Had he let it go to the wall, that's definitely a triple for Thomas, who was thinking about it. He took a wide turn at second base there, as you can see on the replay, but made the right decision.
Yeah, I mean, with nobody out, Thomas being at second base is effectively the same thing as being at third base anyway. So now Joe Rosenthal, who has reached on an error and scored and then been hit by a pitch. So officially 0 for 1. That pitch is down and outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Third baseman Jimenez Ramos is at the edge of the grass, although trailing by 6. I don't think there's going to be any bunting unless it's for a hit here, but I guess that's what Jimenez Ramos is thinking. There's a curve, and that missed inside. 2 balls and no strikes.
Rosenthal looking to stay hot here.
Swing and a miss. Tried to go fishing, went down to one knee, and now the count 2-1 to him.
I think if you're Boomer Saunders, you'd like to see him put some more balls in play. He's got such great speed and such a great base runner. If he's able to put a little bit more pressure on defense, especially balls in the infield, he can turn those into some base hits.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, there's also the idea that guys with speed tend to reach on error a lot as well.
More,
and that's
yeah,
exactly
definitely.
what Rosenthal did.
Definitely.
Two and one the count to him, with Nate Sean Thomas on second base, and Wildenheim from the stretch deals. And a big breaking ball and an even bigger swing and miss. 2-2. Rosenthal nearly flat on the ground after that swing.
Big swing and miss on the curveball like that. You got to think as a hitter, you're going to see that pitch again. See if Rosenthal is looking for it or at least able to defend it.
2-2. Nobody out. And there it was. It was in the dirt, blocked by Bolt, who has to throw on the foul side. They get the out. Thomas advances to third. So Thomas moves up on a wild pitch. And Rosenthal is out on a strikeout, 2-3. Or maybe Thomas just advances on the throw. At any rate, there's one away.
Yeah, heads up base running by Thomas there to move up a base, especially with one out.
Yeah, he can score on a ground ball or a fly ball now.
Yeah.
And Lucas Bickle certainly capable of delivering one of those two things. In fact, Bickle had a single. He's got two singles and 2 runs batted in. There's a strike, a breaking ball in the outside corner to him, 0-1.
And Rosenthal hustling down the line. Made it tough for Bolt. Doesn't just give it up and get tagged out there. Although they're going to need more than that to get back in this game.
There's a foul ball at the plate off the leg of Bickle, and he's behind 0-2. Pretty good cut at that pitch Lucas had. There's one away. It would be the minimum of the Disciples' hopes this inning would be that Bickle could get Thomas home from third, but with 2 strikes, we'll see. A little tapper down the line. It's going to kick foul. Actually, that ball was on its way back to fair territory.
Yes, it was.
And both Bolt and Wildenheim realized that. We almost had one of those situations like Drew Smiley getting jumped over by his catcher a couple of weeks ago.
I heard about that, yeah.
So this time it was Wildenheim who jumped over Bolt.
It was on the line. It was a swunt that was on the line and then went foul and then was coming back fair. And I think it was Bolt who touched it first, who lunged at it and touched it foul.
They were thinking about letting it go, but then there's kind of a slope on the foul side.
Yeah,
it was gonna come back fair.
Hit the grass, yeah.
So Bickle goes back. The count's still 0-2. Thomas, of course, still at third base. That's outside. That pitch was a good 12 inches outside, although Bolt was set up out there.
Yeah,
it got a reaction from the Athletics.
Hit the spot, but like you said, set up way outside.
And he got him swinging. So 2 strikeouts for Wildenheim after the leadoff double, and now it will take a 2-out hit if the Disciples are going to score Thomas this inning. It trailed by 6, so you definitely can't let opportunities go to waste. There's only now a few more outs left here in the bottom of the 5th inning. The pitch is a strike to Murphy. 7 more outs for the Disciples. Murphy is 0-2. 0-1 rather. There's strike 2.
And you definitely got to hit your way back in this game. Wildenheim has had a bit of a tough start to his season, but he's been typically a guy who fills it up, works fast, throws strikes.
Popped out of play. Count remains 0-2 on Callum Murphy.
Comes right at guys normally. Pitches backwards. He's able to throw his breaking ball for strikes. Not overpowering, but he gets a lot of outs.
Oh, 1-2, and Wildenheim steps off. And that one is outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, the Disciples have had runners on in every inning. They stranded 2 in the second, 2 in the third, 1 last inning. And that pitch is low, 2-2. They only have 6 hits in the game, however. Wildenhain working quickly. That one lined to the gap in right center field. Base hit. Thomas can walk home easily, and Murphy is on his way to second base. He's in there with an RBI double, and that picks up the Disciples, and they do indeed score Nate Thomas. It is 10-5. It's got to feel good for Cal Murphy lining one oppo.
Good piece of hitting. Looked like a curveball up. Yeah, stays on it. Drives it to right center.
And now Simon Lechner. Lechner hit the ball very hard his last time, and it turned into a double play. And so now he has a chance. Well, there's another 2-out runner in scoring position. Simon is 0 for 1. He also walked. And that pitch is in there for a strike, 0-1. That was a big hit for Murphy there. Even if the Disciples don't win this game, it's got to feel good to at least get a 2-out hit, drive home that run, pick up the 2 guys who had struck out. You know, they were trying to get the run home as well. That's a good curveball, strike 2.
Yeah, Murphy, another guy who's had a bit of a slow start this year, but he had a home run last weekend against Mannheim. He's got a double here today.
0-2 on Simon Lechner from Yannick Wildenhain. Murphy off second base. And strike 3 called. Fastball at the top of the zone. So Wildenhain with 3 strikeouts in the inning, but 2 doubles to allow a run. So the Disciples got a run on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. We go to the 6th inning here in Haar. It is 10-5 Mainz. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back. It is the top of the 6th inning. Remember, it's only a 7-inning game, and then we have about a half-hour break, and then there's game 2, which will feature the foreign pitchers for both teams, Steve Norell for the Disciples and Brady Tedesco, I believe, for the Mainz Athletics.
I would expect so, yes.
And Leonard Strickling steps up to the plate against Jan Andriat and looks at a strike. Strickling, Nikki Weikert, and then the top of the order, Kevin Kotowski. Well, Andriat seems to be much more towards the first base side with his delivery now. That pitch is fouled away. I don't remember him stepping so far to the first base side of the mound with his left leg when he delivers the ball to the plate.
Yeah, he's always opened up a little bit, yeah, like you said, towards first base, but maybe a little bit more usual than today.
I wonder if that's something he's purposefully trying, or if for whatever reason that's just how it's happening today. 0-2. That's the important part to Strickling. And he hit him.
Looked like he was coming up with a fastball there. He'd thrown 2 breaking balls down in the zone. Was trying to keep him honest with a fastball up, and looked like he maybe overthrew it and hit Strickling on the left shoulder.
So now Nicky Weikert steps up to the plate.
Tough break there. Never want to hit a guy, especially on 0-2. It's always one that pitchers kick themselves for.
Especially after your team just, scored a run at least to make it a little closer. Weikert didn't mean to, and he fouls it away. Strike 1. Strickling, by the way, before that hit by a pitch, had been 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. Weikert is 1 for 2. He's walked and singled. He scored 2 runs. Swing and a miss, breaking ball from Endriat. Well, Endriat was ahead of Strickling 0-2. Now he's ahead of Weikert 0-2.
Yeah, let's see what he does here. He's had excellent control of all his pitches, just that one that slipped away, especially his off-speed pitches, which has led him to some success so far.
And he did try the off-speed pitch. It was down and away for 1 ball. 2 strikes.
Thorpe did not want to go back to that high fastball again and risk maybe putting another guy on. Understandable.
And that's exactly what happened right there. That one hit him on the helmet, I believe.
Yeah, it looked like it went off the top.
Deflected all the way to the backstop.
Let's have a look on the replay. It's a fastball. Yeah, Weikert was able to sort of tilt his head back. It looked a little bit that didn't hit it directly. It skipped off, which
thankfully.
is, yeah. And he looks like he's all right over there. He's saying hi to the umpire at first base. So
I mean, that's one of those situations where it could be tough to tell whether it hit the bat or the helmet, but the helmet's going to have a different sound for sure.
Yeah.
More of a type of sound.
Yeah.
Hope I didn't blast the ears of anybody listening in headphones. Kevin Kotowski, who's been on base 4 times today, single, doubled, walked twice. He's scored 3 runs and driven in 2. Another day at the office for him against the Disciples. And that's a strike on the outside corner. Well, Endriat started out both hitters this inning 0-2 and then hit both of them, so here we go again, more base runners. It's been the story of the afternoon. The Disciples pitchers struggling with command and then just having base runners on. And with a team like this, with all the powerful hitters, Michelli going to go to second for 1. They do get an out there. Somewhat risky play, but it does cut down one of the base runners that would be in scoring position.
And leaves you in line for another double play that you could get out of the inning with here, because Michelli looked like about 2 steps away from first base here, and some would say, why didn't he just step on first base? But
that would eliminate the force, obviously, at second. And so first and third, and Thomas Joyce, the hitter. Well, he's been on 3 out of 4 times, doubled, singled, walked, driven home 2 runs, and scored 2. First and third. And that's high. Strickling is at third, Kotowski at first. Kotowski might run, although he's not here. Probably want to give Joyce a couple of chances to swing the bat. That pitch is outside, 2-0.
Yeah, 10-5, we're not out of it here. It's not a situation where you'd shut down running, I don't think.
Nah, not in the Bundesliga.
No.
5-run innings, they pop up.
Yeah, especially late in the game.
And that one in the dirt. What a block by Thorpe.
That's one thing conversations you always get into with unwritten rules and when should you stop this and that. I mean, depends on what level of baseball you're at, but sometimes 8 runs can go on the board in the blink of an eye.
Yep.
You're never out of the game.
I think the Mainz Athletics once came from behind in a 10-0 game in the bottom of the 9th inning. I vaguely remember something like this. Or they coughed up a 10-0 lead. I'm not sure. Now there's ball. Oh, that's a strike. Excuse me. 3-1.
And that's the way I always approached it as a manager in this league, that, hey, like, this isn't over.
No.
Like, these guys, you're facing a Heidenheim lineup, although we hardly ever had a big lead against Heidenheim, but
I think you guys came back against Heidenheim down 6 in the 9th inning one time. That was a good breaking ball in 3-1. It's in for a strike, 3-2.
Maybe before my time, but point being
maybe.
that very few leads are safe in this game. And you don't really need to shut it down or argue about what you should do, unless you're up and being really disrespectful.
3-2. So Katowski, he's going now, and the pitch is fouled away. I was just going to say, I bet Katowski would go on full count, and he was. And he actually had a great jump. He started running. He had a couple steps in before Andriot even delivered the ball. And he's going to saunter his way back to first base. So it's a full count, 1 out, first and third. Still 10-5, Mainz leading. The Disciples had the lead in this game for a minute. Andriot set. And runner not going this time. That ball is lined.
Heads up.
And is it a fair ball? Is it a foul ball? It ricocheted off the knee of the umpire, Chupich, and caromed all the way to the second baseman, Simon Lechner, and it is just barely a foul ball. That was a rocket.
Yeah. Got to be heads up, even if you're an umpire.
Yep.
It squared him up and bounced in the direction of second base.
I mean, umpire standing in foul territory, so obviously it's easy call to make in that situation. If it had been a fair ball and hit the umpire, it's live. That's the umpire. It's like just like a part of the field.
It's dead ball. If a batted ball hits the umpire, it's dead ball.
Once it goes past the fielders, though. The pitch is low for ball 4. Right, I was thinking like if a thrown ball hits the umpire, then it's as if you threw it into the dugout. Anyway, base is loaded.
So I've seen that exact
few times today. Yeah,
I was coaching first once in the Western Major Baseball League, the WNBL.
It's a base hit, right? If it hits the umpire, it's a single.
It's a single, yeah.
And all forced runners would move up.
Yeah, get to move up one base.
So the bases are loaded. Max Bolt comes to the plate. I think he's batted twice with the bases loaded already in this game. Yes, he has. So let's see what happens now. There's only 1 out in the inning. You got Stöckling, Weikert, and Joyce on base. And the pitch is low.
We're getting a little bit of feedback there.
Oh. There's a foul ball out of play. And the count 1-1 on Max Bolt. There's actually more people here now than there were for the first 6 innings. Maybe everybody's coming in to see the second game.
Yeah.
Or maybe the sun is coming out.
Yeah, I think
that might have something to do with it.
Sun's playing a factor, and typically on a doubleheader day, I'd say people roll in somewhere around the middle of what they think is going to be the middle of the day, end of game 1.
Give a shout out to Tyrone watching from Boston, city of my birth. There's the pitch. That ball is hit in the air to deep center field. Rosenthal going back. He is underneath it, makes the catch. That will be a sacrifice fly. It'll score a run, as it is now 11-5. That's the second sacrifice fly for Bolt deep into center field. It's the second out of the inning. And Strickland scores. Everybody else stayed put. So there are 2 down. It's another ball. That would have been a home run in Mainz, I'm pretty sure.
Close, and previous to 2022 in Haar as well, the fence, the portable fence there was up around that area. Well struck ball by Bolt.
Yep. So 11-5 the score. And Peter Johannesson steps up to the plate. Runners on first and second now. 2 down in the inning. Johannesson has walked 3 times in this game. He's 0 for 1. And he looks at a strike on the outside corner.
Yeah, a guy you'd love to go after, especially with the hot-hitting Jimenez Ramos behind him.
Swing and a miss. Good pitch from Endriot. Johannesson out in front. And the count 0-2.
Put a real good swing on a ball in the 3rd inning, I believe Johannesson did. Line drive to left field, which Neil Schmidt had to go back a few steps on and catch.
Oh, that's the only time they got him out today. 0-2. 2 down. And a slow roller to the right side. Michelli has this one, and he'll take it to the bag himself to end the inning. But another run from Mainz. 2 hit batters, so they get a run on no hits. No errors, 2 left on base. Bottom of the 6th inning here in Haar, game 1. It's the Mainz Athletics 11 and the Haar Disciples 5. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. To the bottom of the 6th inning we go. The Disciples running out of outs here in game 1 of this doubleheader. Yannick Wildenhain, who came on in relief of Tim Stahlmann. And actually, when he came into this game, the Disciples were leading. But very quickly that changed as Niels Schmidt pops away the first pitch for a strike. And we are underway here in the bottom of the 6th. Schmidt, and then the top of the order, Will Thorpe and Nick Michelli. That one is right through there on the outside corner. Wildenhain came on with the bases loaded in the 3rd inning, and Simon Lechner hit into a double play. And that's strike 3 on the outside corner. Schmidt is down. That's the first out here in the 6th.
Off-speed pitch right on the corner there.
And now Will Thorpe. Thorpe's been on base 2 out of 3 times, a single and a walk. He's also scored a run. Schmidt is, after that strikeout, 1 for 3.
Wildenhain's looking to get back to his 2022 form.
And he drops a good breaking ball there. Strike 1.
Like you said, he's had a bit of a tough start to the year so far, but 2022 he had a great season. He went 6-4, 3.42 ERA, 73 innings pitched, 46 strikeouts, 37 walks. He's looking like that today.
Yeah, we've mentioned it before. He's not a guy who knocks the bat out of your hands, but he can definitely give you some quality innings. And that's what he's been doing today for Will Kilgore in the Mainz Athletics. High pop-up into shallow left center field. Kotovsky and Nozo. It's Kotovsky for the call and the catch. 2 quick outs here in the 6th, and that'll bring up Nick Michelli.
And like almost all these Mainz pitchers, or all the ones I've seen from coaching against them, they work fast and they throw strikes. And there's not much more you can ask for as a player and as a coach to have your pitcher go out there and just attack guys, not walk around the mound and dance around and do a bunch of stuff. Get on the mound, throw strikes.
Yeah, you mean you have to give yourself a chance, right? If you're not able to throw strikes, it's very difficult to overcome that. The pitch is low to Michelli. Michelli has walked and grounded out and flied out. Actually, he hit into that double play as a foul ball. He absolutely hit it on the screws, and it turned into a 6-4-3 double play.
And I think you always have better performances from your fielders when you have a good rhythm on the mound as a pitcher. When you're keeping guys, when every pitch they can expect that, hey, ball may be coming to me here.
Yeah. 1-1, breaking ball. Just missed, but that had good bite on it. Wildenhain looks like his breaking ball has gotten a lot sharper as his outing has continued today. And a fastball up and in.
Yeah, he certainly relocated it to more down in the zone, and being on a away mound, sometimes it takes a little while to get adjusted. But it looks like he has real good command of the zone right now. He's putting the ball, for the most part, where he wants it, although a walk there to Michelli.
That is the first walk that he's issued since coming into the ball game, however. So Michelli aboard with 2 down. And that'll bring up Patrick Music. Music, going to mention it before. Last time he was up, he's from Alabama. And his parents, Mark and Stephanie, maybe they're watching. If you are, schöne Grüße aus Bayern.
All the way to just north of Huntsville, Alabama, I believe is where he said he's from.
Ardmore, Alabama is the town that I found when I was looking him up.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe that's just what they wrote on the college website. Sometimes they get those things wrong. Pitch is inside, 2-0. But so far he's looked very good. At the plate, he had that excellent bunt. He's ahead here, 3-0. Taking all the way. That one's in there for strike 1, 3-1. On deck, Nathan Thomas. The Disciples, in this game, they've had 2 extra base hits, 2 doubles. Off the end of the bat, fly ball, shallow left center field, Nozo and Kotovsky. Kotovsky for the catch. And that will end the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 left on base. We go to the 7th inning here in Haar, Game 1, 11-5 Mainz. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Top of the 7th inning here in Haar. Remember, it's a 7-inning game, so this is the final inning, unless we find ourselves going to extra innings, and then we'll have about a half-hour break in which I will leave the broadcast on, and then we'll have game 2. But first, we got the top half as Mainz leads 11-5. It's going to be Marlon Jimenez Ramos, Jerome Nozo, and Johnny Froelich. And Jimenez Ramos has had a great day. 4 for 4, 3 singles, a double, 3 runs batted in, and I think not a cheapie in the bunch.
No, all well-struck balls from him. He's been very aggressive at the plate.
I think maybe his single in the first inning was the dribbler up the third baseline, but since then, all of them are well struck.
He's looked good.
Good curveball from Endriat. 1-1 the count now to him. Endriat came in the 5th inning. That was the nightmare inning for the Disciples when they gave up. Well, there were a couple nightmare innings in there. So 5 runs in the 4th and 3 in the 5th. And he reaches for that and pokes it out to Lechner on a bounce, who tosses to first in time, 1 away. Good pitch from Endriat to make a good hitter reach for a ball like that.
Yeah, good job on keeping his breaking ball down there. If that ball's up, I think Jimenez hammers it. But got to the spot where Thorpe wanted, as you can see here. Yeah, that's way out.
And so Jerome Nozo for his second at-bat of the game and the season. He is 0 for 1. He struck out. Swinging and a miss. Big cut. And the 0-1 pitch on the way from Endriat. Curve and waved at. Nozo, 21 years of age with the Mainz Athletics. This is his first appearance in a ball game this season. 0-2. Check swing on a breaking ball. That's strike 3. So a good pitch from Endriat. I think that pitch was in the strike zone anyway, but I believe he was called out on the swing, so it goes as a swinging strikeout. Good pitch from Endriat. That's when Endriat's at his best, when he gets that breaking ball down.
Yeah, they got him on the 0-1, and then he went back to it on 0-2. Wasn't messing around, and yeah, caught him off balance.
And so now Johnny Froelich will step up to the plate. He's got 2 hits and 4 at-bats, 2 runs scored as well. Excuse me, this is a pinch hitter. This is Nicholas Rosius. Left-hand hitter. And he takes a big cut. That's a Cody Bellinger style swing right there.
Yeah, come in hacking if you're a pinch hitter and your team's up at 11-5, top of the 7th. Why not swing?
19 years of age, young Nicholas. And that one, trying to run that fastball in and just missed. Rosius has had 3 at-bats so far this year. He's 0 for 3. He has drawn a walk, so he's got 4 plate appearances. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 down. There's a line drive right to Murphy at short. A little crow hop, and he's up with it. So the inning is over, and that is the first 1-2-3 inning we've seen from either side since the bottom of the first inning. So maybe these two teams are in a hurry all of a sudden. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. It is the Mainz Athletics 11, the Hard Disciples 5. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. To the bottom of the 7th inning, and the Mainz Athletics have gone to the bullpen for a 3rd time. Tim Kotowski is on to try to close things out. It is not a save situation, as the Athletics lead this game by a score of 11-5. 11 runs, 11 hits, 1 error for Mainz, 5-7-1 for the Disciples. Tim Kotowski, this is his first action from the mound this year, and they've used him in the past as kind of a closer. But Yannick Wildenheim really pitched very well to cut things off. He came in a big spot and got out of that bases-loaded jam to relieve Tim Stallman.
Yeah, that was did a really good job of bailing out Stallman, who didn't have his best stuff, and really took it from there.
Nate Thomas leading things off, the number 4 hitter, and he's got a 2-0 count. So the Disciples need 6 to tie. I will say this, I've seen it before.
Yeah.
Bundesliga baseball, you never know. There's ball 3. 3-0.
Yeah, I think it's a lot different, as we were discussing earlier. A 10-run lead in professional baseball is pretty safe. You don't see a lot of 10 spots, but
there's a strike.
Funny things can happen here.
So it's Thomas and then Joe Rosenthal, Lucas Bickel, 4, 5, and 6 in the order for Haar. Nate today has doubled, reached on a fielder's choice, and struck out. And now he's walked. So he's been on base 3 out of 4 times. And that's a glimmer of hope for the Disciples. They need lots and lots of base runners, so there's one. And now Joe Rosenthal steps up to the plate. Rosenthal reached on an error and scored, was hit by a pitch, and then struck out. So officially 0 for 2. Thomas on first base will not be going. There's a pitch down low. 1 ball, no strikes. Well, Tim Kotowski, obviously coming in, you got a 6-run lead. You don't want to be falling behind and walking people. 1-0 on Rosenthal, who I presume will be taking a strike. And that one is high, 2-0.
Yeah, Kotowski, who's pitched in the league since 2017.
There's a strike.
He's pitched sparingly. He's only totaled 32 innings for his career. 32 walks, 25 strikeouts in those innings, and 3 saves.
Two 2-1 just missed the corner, and now it's a 3-1 count. Kotowski working very quickly. Yeah, the Mainz Athletics pitchers work very quickly.
Yeah, that's somebody over there in Mainz is coaching him on that and doing a great job.
That's a strike, and the count full, 3-2. Rosenthal was going to try to induce the walk, but the count full. Lucas Bickel on deck, the pitch. Strike 3 at the knees in the outside corner. Well, Kotowski tried multiple times to find that spot, and he finally did so on the payoff pitch, and Rosenthal is out number 1.
Yeah, good pitcher's pitch there. Too close to take from Rosenthal.
And so Lucas Bickel, who's 2 for 3, 2 RBI singles, steps up to the plate. Right-hand hitter with power. And that pitch is a strike, the same exact spot. 0-1. And that one's low and inside, 1-1. I'm trying to remember if the pace of the Mainz pitchers we've seen today is different from what I saw last year. It's one of those things that I don't know that I would have noticed it as much. There's a solid base hit, the 3rd of the day for Bickel into left field. And Thomas will stop at second base. First and second, 1 out. I don't think I would have noticed, but for the fact that in MLB there's a pitch clock now. And so it's very noticeable when you see a super fast pace like that.
Or super slow guys now.
Yeah, well,
sure.
yeah, those are for sure noticed. But those were noticeable before, too.
I've definitely noticed it in the past years facing Mainz as a coach in this league that, hey, these guys are really committed to an approach as a as a pitching staff to get on the mound and fill it up and work fast. And I think it really helps you, especially in these doubleheaders. I think it helps you a lot.
Cal Murphy, who doubled home a run his last time, takes a ball down and in. So Thomas walked. Rosenthal struck out. Bickle with a solid single left field. He's now 3 out of 4. And the pitch. That's low. Looked like an off speed, maybe a change of some kind. 2 balls, no strikes. Now that one catches the inside corner, 2-1. Nice crowd here in the ballpark. Like I said, there's been more people here since the 6th inning than at the beginning. But
started to fill up.
That one goes to the screen, and both runners will move up on the wild pitch. And so the count now 3-1. So Murphy with a chance to drive home a couple of runs. Of course, the Disciples trailing by more than a couple, but they would take it. Runners on second and third. They both moved up on the wild pitch. As Katowski, this is his first outing of the season, has been wild, and there's another walk. Remember, he was very close to walking Rosenthal.
Yeah.
Got that close call. So the base is loaded now.
He just hasn't been able to get ahead of batters.
So now you're starting to get a little worried. If the Disciples get one big hit here, then you start to worry.
Yep, and I see manager Will Kilgore pacing around in the dugout a little bit there. You still have a 6-run lead. There's 1 out. Somebody's playing a little bit of catch outside the fence there, but
first pitch is a strike to Zeman Lechner. Yeah, I mean, obviously you don't want to. You want to be looking well down the road so you're prepared if you're the manager.
Yeah, but there's no reason to panic right now. Although, in my experience as a manager, you're almost always panicking.
Always panicking. There's a fly ball, left field, long run for Nozo, and he's under it, makes the catch in fair territory. That's out number 2. And so the Disciples are down to their last out, and Neil Schmidt will stroll to the plate. He is 1 for 2 with a single and 2 strikeouts. Bases loaded. 2 down. 11-5. Mainz leading. This is game 1 of a doubleheader. About 10 minutes before 3 p.m. local time. Whenever this game concludes, roughly a half an hour after this is when the next game will start. There's another wild pitch, so the Disciples will get a run. So it certainly has not been an encouraging outing for Katowski. 2 wild pitches, and the score is 11-6.
This is a big at bat here. This is the bottom of the order. If they can turn this over, so Will Thorpe, Pat Music, Michelli and Pat Music.
I mean, you can see a world, right? They're a couple of hits away, right?
Yeah.
That pitch was called a strike.
High strike there to the long and lean, 2 meter tall.
Yeah.
Neil Schmidt.
1-1. That's in the dirt. But Bolt has had to work this inning. 2-1. Katowski has not looked comfortable out there. And he drives that one to left center field. Katowski on the run. Not going to get it. Base hit. It's going to go to the gap. 2-run score. It's a double for Schmidt. The Disciples are still alive. It is 11-8.
Wow, great swing by Neil Schmidt there. Got a ball in the zone, didn't miss it.
And Katowski cut that ball off in deepest left center field. And like I said, now you got the top of the order. And now there's a meeting on the mound. Will Kilgore out there talking to Tim Katowski and Max Bolt.
Doesn't look He's going to stay in. The catcher isn't down in the bullpen.
Yeah, this game is Kotovsky's.
Yeah.
For at least the next few hitters. There are still 2 down in the inning, right?
Yeah.
So the Disciples still down to their last out. But it's getting a little closer. 11-8. The tying run is in the on-deck circle. And the go-ahead run is in the hold, to bring out an old baseball term. So Schmidt with a 2-run double. And Thorpe takes a ball. But Kotovsky's been his own worst enemy, issuing 2 walks and very nearly issuing a third for that pitch to Rosenthal. You think about that one.
And he's up to 33 pitches in this inning.
There's
for a guy who hasn't pitched yet this year.
1-1 on Thorpe. Thorpe has a hit in 4 plate appearances. He's also walked. And that's low. 2 balls and 1 strike. 11-8 the score. And at the knees, 2-2 on Will Thorpe. So the Disciples down to their final strike. Thorpe steps out of the box, takes a long breath. And now he digs back in. Neil Schmidt leading off second base. 2 down, bottom of the 7th. Curveball, got him looking, and the ball game is over. Strike 3 to end it. So Kotovsky finally able to close the door on this one, but the Disciples do get a couple of runs. Final score 11-8. That was a beautiful pitch on that last pitch. So in about a half an hour's time, we will be back with game 2 of this doubleheader. So this game ending at 2:53 p.m., so somewhere around 20 minutes after 3. Game 2 will begin. Final score, Mainz Athletics 11. The Hart Disciples 8. 11-11-1 for Mainz. 8-9-1 for the Disciples. Wildenhain is the winning pitcher for Mainz, and the losing pitcher for the Disciples is going to be Daniel Wolf. So those are the totals. We'll be back in about a half an hour time. This is Hart Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Vilbräu. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Hard Disciples Baseball. It is time for Game 2 of this doubleheader between the Mainz Athletics and the Hard Disciples. We received the lineups about 30 seconds ago, so we're both furiously writing them into our scorebooks, but you don't have to worry about any of that. All you need to know is that the Athletics won Game 1 by a score of 11-8, and Steve Norell, the right-hander, is going to try to go and get the Disciples a split in this doubleheader. Norell has pitched very well, and he was a tough luck. Well, he wasn't the losing pitcher last weekend. He pitched 9 shutout innings, if I remember correctly, or 7 shutout innings. And then in the 8th inning, the Disciples lost on a grand slam after the 2 zombie runners had reached. And Norell certainly has pitched very well, especially since after the first game when he sort of took a minute to get his bearings here in Germany, but he's looked very good. So he's going to face a tough lineup, of course, with the Mainz Athletics. Starts with Kevin Kotowski, Thomas Joyce, Max Bolt, 1, 2, 3, Johannesson, Jimenez Ramos, and Kilgore. Will Kilgore is in the lineup, 4, 5, 6. And then Froelich, Nozo, and Weichert. Trying to read my own handwriting here. This is what happens when I get the lineup like 2 seconds before the game starts. I write it all furiously, and then I can't read anything I wrote. But, you know, that's my problem, not yours.
Yeah. And like you said, Tim, Steven Norell, last weekend in Mannheim, pitched 8 innings, 5 hits, 3 walks, 7 Ks, threw 114 pitches. Tough luck loser. He didn't get the loss, but game he wasn't able to win. A little shorter finish line for him today.
And the first pitch at 3:31 p.m. is outside for a ball. And we are underway. Kevin Kotowski, the hitter, he was on base 4 times. And now he hits one on a bounce to Murphy, who spins after gloving it and throws to first in time. 1 away. So 2 pitches into the first game, the Athletics had the lead. 2 pitches into this one, we have an out. So already a divergent beginning.
Yes. Good start so far. And Steve's had, like you said, a really good season. He's pitched really well. Doesn't have a ton to show for it in the wins and loss column, as he's 1-3, but 31 in the 3rd innings, 27 Ks, 10 walks, 2.59 ERA.
And the first pitch to Thomas Joyce is low for a ball. Joyce, in Game 1, slammed the first pitch that he saw off the wall in right field for a double, and then he also had another hit and an RBI, and also walked twice. He was on 4 out of 5 times. Takes a strike there. Now, the umpire rotation has deviated from what's on the Bundesliga website. That is Kevin McKnight behind home plate calling balls and strikes. And Vlado Čupić is down the first baseline.
And it could be I'm just speculating here, Vlado was hit by a line drive ball off Thomas Joyce.
That's true, yeah. He may not be able to crouch.
Yeah, because it is, a lot of bending down when you're doing the home plate.
Yeah. And if your knees are swollen, boy, you're going to have a bad day.
Because he took a rocket off the leg off the bat of Thomas Joyce.
3-1 the count to him. There's a ground ball to first. Michelli down to a knee, gloves it, takes it to the bag. There are 2 down. A couple of ground balls, and that's a good sign already in the early going for Norell.
The big sinker baller from Keller, Texas. Gets a lot of ground balls normally when his ball's down in the zone, and looks like he's trying to do that today as well.
Now the Disciples trying to mount a late comeback in Game 1, unsuccessful as Bolt swings through a high fastball. 0-1 to Max. Max in the first game had 2 sacrifice flies, but other than that was 0-3. And now he's behind 0-2 against Norell. And Norell has, we're starting to see in the league this year this Steve Norell and also Brady Tedesco on the other side. There's a breaking ball just missed outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pitchers that had significant time from their college years swept away by COVID.
Yeah.
And Norell is one of those guys. Brady Tedesco on the other side. also lost a season due to COVID, obviously, because, everybody lost a season. There's a grounder to third, and the throw is low from Music, and it gets past Michelli.
They lost a season, but the year of eligibility doesn't count against them. So we're seeing the backside of that, where there's a lot of 25-year-old guys in college who transfer somewhere and do a grad program and get to play an extra year. I think it's really cool on that side, but a little tougher for the guys who are coming up who are 18, 17 years old, got to face 25-year-old men in college.
Yeah. And on the flip side, I used to think of that as also one of the things that could be a positive, at least for the talented 16-year-olds that are good enough to be in the Bundesliga.
Yeah.
Like when I was 16, I think the oldest players I ever faced were 18, in playing Legion ball back in the day, to date myself. There's a swing and a miss. But here, you'll sometimes have, like, for example, when Ryan Bollinger was pitching, you had 16-year-olds facing Ryan Bollinger. And if you are one of the people that can get through, and it'll really force you to up your game.
Yeah.
The sort of like Bryce Harper had never played against a player younger than him until 5 years into his major league career.
Really?
Something like that. I'm not. That's incorrect the way I said it, but he had never faced a pitcher younger than he was, I think, until he had already made to the major leagues.
Yeah, I think his first full season he was 19, right?
Yeah. 1-1. Pitch is outside, and he was always playing above his level, essentially.
Yeah, because he got his GED after his grade 10 year, I believe.
Yeah, so he could start JUCO and then
grade 11 year, I think.
2 balls and a strike on Peter Johannesson. There's a strike. Good fastball. Good velocity from Narell. High fly ball to right center field. Rosenthal is calling for it, and he makes the catch for out number 3. So, a error, but nothing else. No runs, no hits. 1 error, 1 left on base. Half inning is in the books here in game 2. No score. This is the Heart Disciples Network broadcast, YouTube channel, whatever you want to call it. But it's sponsored by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So we are back for the bottom of the first inning here in Haar. Game 2, no score. And Brady Tedesco is going to face Will Thorpe, Nick Michelli, Patrick Music, and then Thorpe, Rosenthal, Bickle, Murphy, Lechner, and Schmidt. So it's the exact same lineup here in Game 2. that the Disciples put out there in game 1. And the left-hander from Eaton, Colorado deals, and the fastball is high and outside. Ball 1. We are underway in the bottom of the first. Brady Tedesco. Thorpe taking all the way. Wasn't even in the box. That pitch is a strike. Thorpe seemed to be surprised by that. There's the 1-1. Swing and a miss. And Tedesco is...
There's some chatter there with the batter in the dugout.
That's because
not sure what's going on there.
Thorpe wasn't ready for one of the pitches, and that pitch came in, and there's strike 3 on the inside corner. Yeah, that second strike, Thorpe had his foot out of the box and didn't realize that the ump had said play, and the pitch came in.
I didn't see if he was looking or not.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to pitch when the batter's not looking. It's dangerous, but...
Yeah, I didn't see that either.
Yeah, got bias there. We're still getting ready here, getting the stats up for everyone so we can act like we know what we're talking about up here.
Pretend. It's all an act, folks. So Nick Michelli steps up to the plate with 1 down. But again, that's, the extreme pace.
Yeah. Yeah, he fits right in here. Looks like he's going to work quickly. Tedesco.
I kind of wonder, as a pitch, that one is on the inside corner, Michelli. The Disciples, to be fair, there have been some close calls that they feel have gone against them, but you don't want to go down that road of taking exception to literally every pitch that's called a strike, because then they're going to lose their concentration of the game.
Yeah,
the pitch
for
is
sure.
High for ball 2-1. That's one of the sort of things that can be difficult about baseball. Big swing. So far, good gas from Tedesco.
Yeah, it looks like he's throwing hard. What I noticed when I watched the game he pitched against Regensburg, which was he had a really excellent performance there. He went 7 innings, 3 hits, 8 Ks, 2 walks. He's got a great changeup, too, which is going to work well against this righty-dominant lineup from the Disciples.
Fouled away by Michelli. 2-2 the count.
Lefties are always known to match up well against other lefties because of that curveball that often moves away from them. But if you're a lefty who has a good changeup, you can pitch really well against right-handed hitters.
You can flip that script.
Yeah.
And he got him with the fastball, it looked like.
Or
2 strikeouts.
Yeah, or just blow him away right
yeah,
there.
that's the other way to do it.
Coming right at you with heat.
Don't necessarily have to overthink it.
No.
And so now, Patrick Music steps up to the plate. From Eaton, Colorado. That's Brady Tedesco's hometown. Pitch for Campbellsville Tigers.
Formerly at Lewis and Clark State College and Medicine Hat Mavericks of the Western Major Baseball League. Second mention of them today.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a foul ball off to the right, and the count is 1-1 on Music. I feel like Medicine Hat gets mentioned a lot because there's a contingency of players that have played a lot in Canada. And
yeah.
You yourself.
Yeah, and Medicine Hat was they used the stadium that the Pioneer League
There's a line drive to right field, caught by Johannesson. Good contact by Music, but he's out number 3. So nothing across the board, 2 strikeouts and a fly ball. And inning is complete. We have no score here in game 2. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. To the top of the second inning, both pitchers retiring the side in order. Well, actually, there was the error that allowed Bolt to reach, but both pitchers throwing up zeros on the scoreboard in the first inning. And so Steve Norell back at it here in the second, dealing with Jimenez Ramos, and the pitch is low, ball one. 1 ball, no strikes. There's a ground ball towards short, charged on by Murphy, grabbed on the short hop, and he flips it across. Out number 1. We said this last week, or a couple weeks ago, but Murphy looks very good at shortstop. He looks very comfortable.
Yeah, he's been solid there, and really feel for him as a former coach of his that he was moved around last year, played second, played third, was showing up almost every game day saying, hey, where am I going to play today? Really cool that he's got the nod from Boomer Saunders as a full-time shortstop this year.
So now Will Kilgore, who's the coach, he's going to step up and swings and misses at the first pitch. Mentioned in the first game, he's 26 going on 27. 286 batting average this year so far. Breaking balls outside. You know, the Mainz Athletics as a team, very strangely, only have 2 home runs.
Yeah, that's wild.
That just seems so unlike anything else. And he was hit by that pitch, I guess.
He's claiming he was.
The umpire is saying, yeah, he didn't call. Okay. The signaling was lacking on that. Or, well, no, he made the umpire. He made the gesture, but he made it very in a very subdued manner. Yep. And so the hit batter, Kilgore, goes to first. And now Froelich will step up to the plate. So let's see if Kilgore is going to do any running. Has a very short lead. I do not think so. That pitch is low, scooped by Thorpe, ball 1.
And speaking of pitching inside, that's been a big key to Norell's success when he's able to establish that fastball in and also locate his off-speed for strikes.
Slow roller up the third baseline, foul. And Music picks it up, tosses it to the dugout. Strike 1 on Froelich. Johnny in the first game had 2 singles and scored twice. Ended up being 2 for 5. But he had good swings. There's another tapper foul. Now Norell, he's a ground ball pitcher. And he wants a new ball. Runner on first base, that's Will Kilgore. Looks like he's having a friendly chat with Nick Michelli, who was holding him on. And the pitch, curveball, got him swinging. Good pitch from Norell. And that's the second out, first strikeout for Steve.
Yeah, you said Steve's gets a strikeout here. Good to see him locate that slider, especially earlier in the game. It's a pitch he's not always had command of early in the game. Good to see him get one over there for a strikeout.
So Jerome Nozo now had 2 at-bats in the first game and was over 2. Now he fouls one at the plate. 0-1.
You said Steve's a ground ball pitcher. If you look at his totals in his games this year against Regensburg, 13 ground balls, 3 fly balls. Against Stuttgart, 11 ground balls, 3 fly balls. Against Mannheim, 14 ground balls, 1 fly ball.
Yeah, well, there's another ground ball. This one is chopped at the third baseline, and it's foul, grabbed by Music. Or, well, shoveled away by Music, and the count 0-2 on Nozo. Yeah, I mean, that's...
I would say he's a ground ball pitcher.
I would say that's the numbers back that up.
Yeah.
It's not just a fantasy. 0-2 on Jerome Nozo.
And Mainz has been really aggressive at the plate today.
Norell looks like there's a big hole on the mound. He's digging at it here.
I mentioned that to him when I saw him earlier in the week, and he said, I like to dig. I like to dig up the mound. Okay, well, you got to fix it after the game.
0-2. Just missed a breaking ball. Nozo almost offered at it. I think there's a chance we see that pitch again.
Looks like they're going out there.
And this one gets away from Thorpe. He can't find it. Kilgore will take second base. That's a wild pitch. So runner in scoring position with only, with 2 outs. But as we've seen, you cannot give the Mainz Athletics too many scoring opportunities because they have such big boppers in their lineup that if you give them free base runners, or if there's a lot of guys on base when they get the hits that they're pretty much going to get. Pitch is high, 3-2. You can hear the encouragement from the Athletics dugout. They're encouraging Jerome, who was behind 0-2 and now has a full count. 2 down. Tapped back to Norell, and he underhands it to Michelli. The inning is over. So no runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left. The end of 1.5. Scoreless here in game 2. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. To the bottom of the second inning. No score. And for the Disciples, 4, 5, and 6, Nate Thomas, Joe Rosenthal, and Lucas Bickel. Nate Thomas in the first game had a double and 2 RBIs. Excuse me, a double, 1 RBI, and scored 2 runs. That was batting left-handed. Now he'll turn around to bat right-handed, something he doesn't actually have all that many opportunities to do, just because he doesn't see lefties all that much. But we got one here with Tedesco, and the first pitch is lined for a base hit to right field. Thomas wastes no time. So there's the first hit, first base runner for the Disciples, and Joe Rosenthal will step up to the plate. Kind of inside out at that fastball. Rosenthal in game 1 reached and scored on an error, and then after that was hit by a pitch and struck out twice. So Thomas will try to get a read on the move of the lefty Tedesco, and there it is, and he's back. There's no limit on pickoff throws in this league yet. I say that only because every other rule has been adopted outside of the pitch clock.
A year or 2 later, usually.
And there's the second pickoff attempt. I think if you're going to limit the pickoff attempts, you have to absolutely have the pitch clock. But I think in this league, there's no reason for it.
Yeah, it's only there because of the pitch clock. If there were no step-off or pick-off limit, then you could just pick off as many times as you want to reset the clock. So
that pitch was called a strike, I believe, on the swing.
Let's see a replay here. That's up.
He said he went around.
Okay. 0-1.
Well, the Disciples dugout already not very happy. Pitch is fouled away. The count 0-2 now. on Rosenthal.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of tension today. Happens often when a team's struggling.
Nothing in 2 on Rosenthal. Thomas at first base, and there's another attempt, and he's back easily. I don't think we've seen Brady Tedesco's best move over there.
Nope.
None of those looked like real earnest attempt to pick off Thomas. And there goes Nate. Pitches high. Throw to second base. Thomas is in. Stolen base. So the Disciples have a runner in scoring position with 1 out, with nobody out, just as the Athletics did in the top half of this inning.
Add another one to the total for Nate Sean Thomas. He had 143 stolen bases coming into this year. It's another one to his total.
So he's on second with nobody out. 1-2 the count to Joe Rosenthal. And that's high. Pops out of the glove of Joyce momentarily. The count now even 2-2. Here comes the 2-2 from Tedesco. Swing and a miss. The ball dropped by Joyce. He picks it up and tagged him out. So Rosenthal strikes out. And there's 1 away. So a strikeout and then 2 unassisted on the dropped third strike. Lucas Bickle now steps up to the plate.
Yeah, Tedesco just going at him with that high fastball.
Bickle had 3 hits and 2 RBIs in the first game. He's got a run scoring opportunity here. And that fastball is right through there. 0-1 from Brady Tedesco. Third baseman Jimenez Ramos is even with the bag. Shortstop Froelich is in normal position as well. Vikert shaded up the middle a little bit on the right side. Swing and a miss, 0-2, high fastball, threw it right by him. Max Bolt at first is playing way off the bag. Outfield is straight away. Nozo in left, Katowski in center, Johannesson in right. That's the standard formation the Athletics have had. And a check on Thomas as Vikert was running in behind him.
And they've been pretty consistent in their lineup so far. The games I've seen from them this year, not a ton of moving around and flip-flops and things like that.
0-2. That's low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. I mean, the first game they started with Kalen Sullivan in left field. But other than that, it's been a static lineup and defensive alignment. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Lucas Bickle. And he hits that one off the end of the bat, but it's going to drop for a base hit. Thomas waved around third. He will come home and score. The Disciples lead 1-0 on an RBI single off the bat of Lucas Bickle. Big smile on his face as he pumps his fists at first base. Let's watch the replay. So Bickle, that's his 4th hit of the day.
Yeah, he's having a good day.
Went out and got it. It was a little bit out over the plate, and he yanked it to left field.
It looked like a changeup that was up in the zone because he had been behind the fastball. Tedesco was blowing a fastball by him. Bickle got one out front.
And Murphy takes a breaking ball inside. So, yeah, if it's a changeup, that may be a bit of a mistake from Tedesco. Oftentimes, if the hitter's not catching up to the fastball, you don't want to throw anything slower to speed their bat up. Of course, if the location is down and away, you might get a swing and a miss, but that one was up enough that Bickle got to it and lined it to left field. Murphy with a 1-strike count. Excuse me, it was a 1-ball count. Now it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Murphy in the first game had a double and 2 runs batted in. Also walked and scored. That was in the 7th inning. Bickle a very short lead at first. The 1-1 pitch, That's in the dirt, and it skips away from Joyce. Bickle tries for second, and he's in. So a wild pitch. Was pretty close at second base, but not much Joyce could really do. He blocked it with his chest, and then it rolled all the way to the third base side into foul ground. And Bickle gets up with a completely dirty uniform.
Joyce made it close there with a strong throw.
Yep.
But Bickle was able to slide in.
And now, looks like Joyce needs a moment. Wonder if he got hit and where he got hit on that one, actually. This is, I believe, that last. No, this is not. That's not. Now he wants to go and have a chat with Brady Tedesco. So first Joyce talked to the manager, Kilgore, and then he goes out to the mound.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. 2 balls and a strike on Murphy. And it's upstairs. So the count now 3 balls and 1 strike. Only 1 out in the inning. Disciples leading 1-0. And that one's on the inside corner. Count is now full 3-2. Well,
Disciples really trying to get Tedesco's pitch count up. He hasn't gone that deep into games so far this season. 76 pitches, 93 pitches, 52 pitches his total from previous games so far.
The payoff. Swung on and he just got a piece. He foul tipped it and it popped out of the mitt of Joyce. So the count remains full 3-2. 1 out. Disciples with a run on 2 hits. Nate Thomas singled. Stole second and Bickle drove him home. Murphy up there with a 3-2 count. And he foul tipped that one into the mitt for strike 3. That's the second strikeout of the inning. 4th of the game for Tedesco. And now Simon Lechner will step up to the plate. Lechner in game 1 walked, hit into a double play, struck out, and flied out. Still looking for his first knock of the day. Lefty against lefty. And he fouls that one away, strike 1. Came in with a fastball, looked like.
Yep. Going right at him. And Lechner is a guy who does see lefties pretty well, in my experience. He's not someone who's terribly handicapped against a lefty pitcher. But Tedesco's got a pretty sharp curveball. If I remember back to that Regensburg game, he's got a good breaker. Might see it here at some point.
Yeah, Lechner normally with a relatively short swing. And that was the breaking ball, and it's going to be another wild pitch. Bickle will advance to third. That's the second wild pitch of the inning. 1 ball and 1 strike the count. One more of those could bring home another run. And that one's in there for strike 2. Fastball at the knees on the outside corner. 1-2. Well, the Disciples with that 1 run, that's more than they could give Narell last weekend in his 7 innings of work. Fly ball to center field. Katowski racing in, and that ball was caught. Not sure who caught it. The left fielder Nozo caught it.
Yep. Great grab.
Yeah, diving in front of Katowski, who I don't think was going to get there.
No, it didn't look like it. Saved a run. sort of Bermuda Triangle, no man's land. Nozo comes all the way over from left, makes a heck of a catch.
Yeah, very good catch
to prevent a run.
And those types of catches always make me nervous because you worry about a collision.
Yeah.
But that did not happen. The Disciples, however, did get a run. That happened on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. At the end of 2, it's 1-0 Disciples. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back for the top of the 3rd inning. The Disciples leading this one 1-0. Steve Norell is going to deal with 9, 1, and 2. Nicky Weikert, and then Kevin Kotowski and Thomas Joyce. The Disciples pushing across a run on a couple of hits last inning. And the first pitch to Weikert is in there at the knees on the outside corner. There's a foul at the plate, 0-2. Nicky Weikert, the number 9 hitter. And in the first game, he was on base 3 out of 4 times. A single, a walk, and a hit by pitch. He also scored 2 runs. Was officially 0 for 1, though. 0-2. Fouled away late on a fastball. Let's see what Norell decides to do here with Nicholas Weikert. Curveball, and he gets a wave. Good pitch from Norell, perfectly placed. That's the 2nd strikeout of the game for him. And Weikert, it was just close enough that Weikert had to go after it. And then it just dropped down out of the zone.
Yeah, perfect location for a slider. Bodes well for him today if he's getting that pitch where he wants it.
So now Kevin Kotowski for his 2nd look. He grounded to short. And now he fouls it away. Strike 1. Norell already back on the mound, ready and waiting for Kotowski to get in the box. He does. Stands very close to the plate with a closed stance. And that is a strike at the letters on the outside corner, 0-2. Kotowski was not pleased.
Yeah, and these are 2 pitchers that work really fast, as we've seen so far.
0-2. That's upstairs. Norell, that time, nearly fell into the pit that he had dug. He said he likes to dig. Well, that one, he almost dug himself too much of a hole. 1-2. Fastball that was running back and just missed nipping that inside corner. 2-2. That's good. That's a real good pitch.
Yeah.
Kotowski was completely surprised by it. But the count even, 2-2. Breaking ball, and now it's full as that one tried to back foot him. Three balls and 2 strikes. Ground ball up the middle, slowly hit Murphy to his left, and he bobbles it. And Kotowski will reach. That's going to be an E6. That ball had a lot of spin on it. It looked like it rolled over the mound and changed direction slightly. And by the time it got to Murphy, it was maybe on like the 8th bounce.
Yeah.
And he went after it with 2 hands, just popped out.
fast runner coming down the line, too. It's always tricky. It's always in your mind as an infielder. Hey, I got to get rid of this quickly. Just skipped on him.
So an E6. That's the second error of the game for the Disciples. Thomas Joyce now. Never a guy you want to put extra base runners on. And Norell has a good move to first. We've seen that. And he checked on Katofsky there.
Yeah, he's got 2 pickoffs already this year and 3 caught stealings from the catcher.
There's a good strike on the outside corner to Joyce.
Which I do feel is also on the pitcher as well. The pitcher plays a part in that.
Yeah, he's quick to home plate, and he generally is around the plate, so Thorpe will probably get a good pitch to throw on if he needs to. Ground ball to the right side into the hole. That's going to sneak through for a base hit. Katofsky will stop at second base. Little roller into right field. And now Mainz with 2 on and 1 out for Max Bolt. That's just about the weakest ball I think Joyce has hit since he's ever set foot in this ballpark, and
he likes hitting here, I think, and Michelli's holding on. Michelli's been playing him really deep, obviously when there's nobody on, but you got to hold the runner on and creates a hole.
So, first and second, 1 out. Max Bolt, who reached on that E5 his first time. And the pitch from Norell is hit on the ground to short. And bobbled again by Murphy, and everybody is safe. He had a chance even after he bobbled it the first time, and then he went to pick it up and couldn't find the handle. And other than that, it could have been a double play. It was a double play ball, and I'm sure that's what he was thinking.
Yeah, that ball was stung by Bolt. Murphy had a chance at it, but one of those cases where you're trying to do something before you do the first thing and ends up being everybody safe.
And so the bases are loaded. It's another error. 2 E6s in the inning. Johannesson, who flied out to center field now with the bases loaded, 1 out. There's a strike on the outer edge at the letters, 0-1. Well, there have been a bunch of ground balls this inning. Norell still only needs to get 1 more and could get out of this. But the bases are loaded with 1 out. Inside, as Johannesson has to dance a little bit to get out of the way of that. 1-1.
Good candidate at the plate for a double play. Johannesson, who hits the ball hard and it's not terribly speedy on the bases.
Norell comes set, the 1-1. Curve, and it's in there on the inside corner. 1-2. This time a relatively long look for the signs. He's got one. 1-2, bases loaded. And they tried to get a chase on a fastball up and away and did not get it. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Norell's done a great job from what I've noticed so far this year in bearing down in tough situations and getting strikeouts when he needs it.
Well, he needs one here. The 2-2. That's hit on the ground. It's up the middle, a base hit into center field. In comes 1 run. Joyce coming around. He will score. And Mainz takes the lead 2-1 immediately. Just like last game, just like most of the games I've seen, the minute the Disciples take the lead, they immediately give it back. As Johannesson lines a hard 2-run single into right center field, scoring Katofsky and Joyce.
Yeah, hit hard just past the diving Lechner there. That's just making the best of opportunities. A couple errors, and Mainz is able to take advantage of those.
And there's a fly ball hit well to right field down the line. A long run for Thomas, and it's just foul. Off the bat of Jimenez Ramos. Strike 1 to him. Well, it's 2-1 Mainz.
Johannesson maybe heard me there. He was hustling around the bases hard.
I definitely do not like to think of the idea of the players being able to hear what we say
in the moment.
Game.
No, there's a lot of guys who watch their at bats.
There's a line drive to right field. That's a base hit. Bolt around third. He's going to be held there as Jimenez Ramos continues to punish the baseball all over the ballpark. That's his first hit in this game after getting 4 in game 2.
Yeah, wow, he's looked really good at the plate.
So the bases are loaded. Of course, all these runs are going to be unearned because with the 2 errors, you would presumably have recorded the 3rd out already.
Yep.
And now Ryan Bollinger out to the mound to chat with Steve Norell. There's still only 1 out. 2-1, Mainz leading, top of the 3rd. The hitter now will be Will Kilgore. Kilgore was hit by a pitch in his only plate appearance in the 2nd inning.
Yeah, and I think Ryan Bollinger there, obviously the veteran of many professional seasons and was called up twice to the New York Yankees, as I'm sure many here in Germany know. Given some words of wisdom to Steve Norell, probably telling him to mix it up.
Well, Norell, those last couple of pitches he left out over the plate, and you know sometimes that's a result of frustration, but he's just got to stay within his own game as Kilgore swings through a first pitch fastball. 0-1 to Will. The player coach. 0-2 now as he came in on the hands. Tied him up.
Yeah, real hard in there with the sinking fastball. See what he does here, 0-2.
Well, if you can go in there one more time, you just want to make sure you don't get too far in and hit him. High fastball, and he chases. So a very quick strikeout for Kilgore, and that's the 2nd out of the inning. Bases remain loaded, and now Johnny Furlike will step up to the plate. Struck out his first time.
Big strikeout there. Must have been great advice from pitching coach Ryan Bollinger.
Hey, strike this guy out. And a beautiful curveball. 0-1. I imagine the conversation was actually Bollinger just reminding him, hey, you're still pitching well.
Yeah, take a breath.
Just take a breath and keep doing what you're doing because you're doing good. That pitch is down and in, 1-1. Obviously, you want to pick up your teammate who made the errors. Two balls and 1 strike. You know, there are times when the fielders will save the pitcher's bacon, and other times it goes the other way.
For sure.
It's a team game. That's how it works. Swing and a miss. Well, foul tip or dropped at the very least. 2-2 now. Good fastballs in on the hands.
I'm always reminded of that great quote from Greg Maddux, who said, when I get in tough situations, I don't try to throw harder. I try to locate better.
Yeah. Well, I can't think of anybody who was any better at that than Greg Maddux, that's for sure. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bases loaded, 2-1 Mainz. Curveball, it's outside and a full count. This is a big pitch coming right now because the Disciples, they're just, you know, they keep coming close and then suddenly an inning will slip away and unravel. And
single scores 2 here. Double's going to score 3.
The 3-2 pitch, a bounced foul. And we'll do it again. Came right after him with a fastball. Full count on Furlike with the bases loaded. Bolt, Johannesson, and Jimenez Ramos, the base runners. The pitch, upstairs, ball 4. A bases loaded walk brings home another run, and it's 3-1. And that'll bring up Jerome Nozo, the number 8 hitter.
Pretty good response here from Mainz, taking advantage of a couple miscues from the Disciples to take the lead after Haar took it in the 2nd inning.
So now Nozo takes a ball up and in. 1 ball, no strikes. Nozo grounded out his first time. This is the 9th batter of the inning. Fly ball, shallow center field, and it is caught with a tumbling catch by Rosenthal in center field. And that saved a couple of runs. A very nice catch by Joe Rosenthal covering ground to catch that humpback line drive in short center field and end the inning. But Mainz plates 3 runs, all of which are unearned on, let's see, how many hits? 1, 2, 3 hits. There were 2 very costly errors and 3 left on base. So at the end of 2.5, it's 3-1 Mainz. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We go to the bottom of the second inning, bottom of the third inning, rather, excuse me. 3-1, Mainz leading Haar. 9, 1, and 2. Niels Schmidt, Will Thorpe, and Nick Michelli against the left-hander Brady Tedesco. Tedesco gave up a run on 2 singles last inning. Nate Thomas singled, stole second, and scored on the base hit off the bat of Lucas Bickel. And then Mainz answered with 3 runs in the top of the third inning. So Niels Schmidt now getting his first look at the left-hander, and he swings at a curveball, comes up empty, strike 1.
First curveball we've seen to a righty, I think, from Tedesco. Looked pretty sharp.
And there's another one. That's inverse, strike 2. He's got sort of that 3/4 arm delivery.
Yeah, he's got a tough arm angle.
And he tried it for the 3rd time and missed the outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. All 3 runs for the Athletics are unearned. The Disciples with 3 errors in this game. One by Music at third, and then the 2 big ones by Murphy last inning. This pitch is low, 2-2.
And Tedesco knows a thing or two about strikeouts. What a senior year he had in Campbellsville. 2.25 ERA, 44 innings, 61 Ks, 5 walks. Wow.
That's not bad. And there's the strikeout right there. High fastball, as after all those breaking balls, Schmidt could not lay off the high heat. And that's the first out here in the 3rd. Turns the lineup over for Will Thorpe. Now you mentioned it, so Thorpe in his first at bat was not ready as one of the pitches came in. And now you see home plate umpire Kevin McKnight hold the hand up and say wait, but Thorpe is in there and ready. And he fouls it directly over our heads for strike 1. Tedesco standing on the mound has his sign. Works from the stretch. And the 0-1. Fouled away 0-2. Tedesco has been pounding the strike zone so far in the early going of this game. He does not have a walk. And for the most part, the Disciples hitters have had to be pretty aggressive. Thomas singled on the first pitch he saw.
Yep.
And that's how they got their run, basically. There's a little flare to second baseman Vikert, who picks it out of the sky. And that's out number 2.
Yeah, against pitchers who throw strikes, you can't sit around and wait for walks. You're going to be down 0-2.
Yeah.
You got to get your pitch and drive it. Easier said than done.
Well, Nick Michelli will step up. Now I wonder back in my childhood, which I know is way before your childhood, there were certain pitchers that they would describe. You'd have a very comfortable 0 for 4 against them. I don't think that's a phrase that gets used anymore because everybody throws so hard in the big leagues now. Pitches inside to Michelli. I'm not. Tedesco does not look like he would be an uncomfortable, like a comfortable 4 for 4. He would be an uncomfortable 0 for 4, I think.
Yeah.
If I were to face him, but I'm just throwing it out there only because we still have different kinds of pitchers. There's junk ballers. There's guys that come at you with heat. There's folks that are up there trying to do the Nestor Cortez leg kick like we saw Penscover do in the last game. Pitch is a strike now, 1-1.
I think we've seen the last. Mark Burley was a pitcher for the Blue Jays and White Sox who was throwing 83 miles an hour when he was with the Jays.
And he, I don't think he's a Hall of Famer, but he was on the ballot, I think, for a bit. And, he's worth at least thinking about. That's how that obviously means he's a very good pitcher.
Yeah.
Fouled away, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
But that's, those guys are hard to come by now in professional baseball, as I think most fans have noticed. Don't see too many guys throwing below 90.
I think the MLB average pitch velocity, the average fastball velocity this year is 96.
Wow.
96.1 miles an hour or something like this. It's even from a couple years ago, it's still gone up as a pitch that's low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Michelli. Michelli struck out his first time. In the first game, he had 2 walks. He does not have a hit on the day. I believe it's a full count. Yes, full count. That's lined on the line. He yanked it too far foul, though. A little bit too quick. That looked like a slider, I think, that was up.
Yeah, off speed. Either slider or changeup.
We can look at that last pitch. Yep. Something with a little bit of a wrinkle towards the right-hand hitter.
Good word.
I don't know if it looks like a cutter. I mean, do you throw a cutter from a 3/4 angle?
Yeah, sure.
I guess you could, right? But, I'm just so used to not seeing that. Strike 3 is called, and Michelli had thrown the bat away thinking it was ball 4. Take a look at the target being set up inside. More or less hit the glove.
He's been working that inside corner. Tedesco has, and if he's getting that pitch, it's going to be a good day for him.
Nothing across the board for the Disciples. We go to the 4th. It is 3-1 Mainz. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back for the top of the 4th inning. Remember, this is a 7-inning ball game, just like game 1. The doubleheaders in the Bundesliga this year are 7-inning games. And Steve Norell going to go back out there, and he is going to deal with Nicky Weikert. 9-1-2. Weikert, Katowski, and Joyce. The Mainz Athletics scored 3 unearned runs last inning. And that pitch is low, ball 1 to Weikert. Weikert struck out. Actually, he started last inning by striking out. And then things went downhill after that. There's a swing and a miss, 1-1.
And Norell's pitch count has to be of concern to coaches Ryan Bollinger and Boomer Saunders coming into this inning, 63 pitches.
So this next one is pitch 65 and doesn't get the call on a pitch low and away. 2 balls and a strike.
Norell is no stranger to going deep in games. Threw 114 pitches last weekend against Mannheim. Previous highs 115 and 113 before that.
Swing and a miss from Weikert, so it's 2-2. Yeah, high pitch counts are relatively common in the Bundesliga. Remember a couple years ago, Bollinger in 2017, 160 pitches, I believe he threw against Paderborn in the playoffs. Pitches.
We've already seen 155 from Ernobel.
Ernobel, yeah, that guy, he's allowed to throw 300 pitches. I mean, come on. Ernobel Marquez.
And he's the coach, so you can't.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to take you out.
But I mean, what is he? 48 years old. I mean, by the time you're 48, if you're like, if anybody's earned the right to throw 170,000 pitches in a game, it would be Ernobel Marquez. That pitch is at the plate, and they want to know: is it a foul ball? Is it a strike? What is it?
Did he
They're
go?
going to appeal. Did he go? They said no. So I guess that's a ball.
Always tough to see if they offer on those bunts when they bring it back. Did they offer? Did they not? But ruled no swing.
That pitch is called a strike on the outside corner, 1-1. Yeah. Anyway, high pitch counts in the Bundesliga. They are a thing. Swing and a miss. Good fastball from Norell. 1-2. I saw a game in the European Cup back in 2017. The pitcher, Jean Carlos Granados, I think is his name, or John Granados. He was pitching for Team France. Pitches in the dirt, 2-2. He didn't throw all that hard. I think he threw 150 pitches in the game, and in between innings, when his team was batting, he was off in the bullpen throwing pitches.
Okay,
also.
wow.
I've never seen that before.
Never cool down, never stop. Interesting strategy.
Just once you're going, just keep going. And Norell going good against Katowski. Gets the strikeout on a fastball away. There are 2 down.
Yeah, big first out there. Or second out, sorry.
Yep.
To the top.
And Thomas Joyce with 2 outs and nobody on. That's the way you like to see him come to the plate if you're Steve Norell.
I was just thinking about my all-time high pitch total. I don't know if you want to know it, Tim, but
I would love to know it.
197.
197. Not bad.
Through the first 13 innings of a 17-inning game against Thompson Rivers University in Lethbridge, Alberta.
And how'd your arm feel after that?
It was pretty sore the next day. I mean, I was 19 years old at the time,
right.
So I think my coach would have gotten fired had he done that today.
You know, when I pitched in high school, we kept pitch counts, but my coach would never really tell me unless I got to 100, and it was like the 5th inning, which, was invariable.
Yeah. Were you a walk guy or?
If I was having a bad day, yes. But
effectively wild.
Yeah. Like let me put it to you this way. I threw a no-hitter, but we lost one game.
Seen a couple of those, yeah.
Yeah. It was an Andy Hawkins style. Like, we had the lead in the last inning. It wasn't as bad as that minor league team a couple of months ago. Well, that pitch just missed inside. That was 3-1. That was a close pitch.
Norell likes to work into both righties and lefties. Important for him.
That's a strike right down the pipe. Full count now. They got the infield swung around, although they're playing as if the shift restrictions are still, in effect like they are in major leagues. And that one just missed inside. Joyce is on with a 2-out walk.
Yeah, for those wondering, no shift restrictions here in the Bundesliga.
But you also don't really see that much overshifting.
No, you
Mitch
don't.
Stefan would get shifted sometimes. I saw Troy Williams do that against him. When Troy Williams was managing the Stuttgart Reds, they would take the third baseman and put him out in short right field.
Gallagher was a guy who often...
he would get shifted as well.
But it's not terribly common.
Max Bolt takes a breaking ball outside. Well, the 2-out walk, and, again, in this game, the Disciples have not defensively had a 1-2-3 inning. There's a line drive. That's a base hit down the left field line. It's going to go all the way to the wall. Joyce on his way to third. He's being waved around. The relay throw comes in. Here it comes to the plate. Good chance to get him, and it gets past Thorpe. Goes to the backstop, and Joyce has scored, taking third on that play with a double and an RBI as Max Bolt. It is 4-1. But a good throw, and they had him at home plate, and the ball bounced past Thorpe, and the run scored. So an RBI double for Max Bolt. And then he takes third on the throw.
Yeah, good relay. Schmidt to Lechner. Looks like it's in time. Ball just skips on Thorpe, who had to make a quick catch and tag, who would have had to make a quick catch and tag to get the runner Joyce.
Yeah. It wasn't a terrible throw by Lechner. He actually, it short hopped but well in front of Thorpe, but it must have hit something and skipped away. So the 2-out walk, boy, you think, okay, 2 outs, nobody on, you can pitch around Joyce. Boom, he scored. There's a pitch fouled at the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike on Johannesson. Somebody in the comment is saying, back in the day, they pitched both ends of the doubleheader. In softball, I've seen that. It was a pitch almost hit the back foot of Johannesson. Even in fast pitch softball here in the Bundesliga, I've seen games where the same pitcher will pitch both games.
Yeah. I've seen it in Germany, too. There was a guy from
Nuremberg, 2-2.
The Nuremberg Atomics had a pitcher who maybe
baseball.
Somebody knows better than I do. I can't remember his name. I think he was Hungarian. He started both ends of a doubleheader, 9 innings.
Okay. Big chopper on the right side. Lechner has to back up and get it on the second bounce. His throw goes over the head of Michelli. Bolt will score. That's the 4th error for the Disciples, and Johannesson takes second base, and the wheels are falling off. That's E4. Now, Lechner has had issues with his arm, which is why he's never really firing the ball to first base, and that one, he airmailed it over the head of Michelli. So no RBI on that because there are 2 down, but there were 2 outs and nobody on.
Yeah.
And now it's 5-1.
Yeah, and I mean, good teams will make something out of nothing, it seems like, and make the most of their whatever opportunities they get, which Mainz has done here in this game too.
Now Marlon Jimenez Ramos, who has been nothing short of spectacular at the plate, takes the pitch outside. Singled in 2 trips today, had 4 hits in 5 at-bats in the first game. Fly ball right field, that's foul.
Last pitcher to start both ends of a doubleheader in MLB was in the 70s, I believe. It was that late. I think a knuckleballer.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, with openers, you could see it happening.
Yeah.
1 ball and 1 strike on Jimenez Ramos. And he cracks that to deep left field. No one's going to catch it. It one-hops the fence. In to score is Johannesson. Ramos is on his way to second base. It's a double, and it is now 6-1 Mainz. Nothing cheap about that one, but like I said,
absolutely not. What a day
Ramos,
he's having.
Yeah, every swing has produced.
Looks like one of those days where, as a hitter, everything looks like a beach ball and you just can't miss.
So now Will Kilgore, the DH, was hit by a pitch and then struck out. And he swings through a fastball, 0-1.
He's been coming hard in with fastballs to Kilgore. Or he did last at bat and then elevated late. See if he does again.
There's a ground ball foul 0-2. Boy, think about this inning. 2 straight strikeouts, then Joyce walked, and then Bolt hit that double, and they nearly threw out Joyce at home plate.
Yeah.
That would have been the 3rd out. And then, since then, it has gone way downhill. The score is 6-1. There's a foul ball. The e-scoring still has not updated, but if you're tuning in at home, it is 6-1. That's the score. That'll update in a moment.
Yeah, that definitely hurts if you're the Disciples, but you got to find a way to get back in this, get through this inning, come back and try to make some noise offensively.
Oh, 0-2 on Kilgore. Breaking ball, he did not bite, and Norell wanted the call. Didn't get it. 1-2.
Great spot for an old 0-2 slider.
We can take another look at it here. I just missed. This one is yanked foul. That one he got too much to the center of the plate, and Kilgore was able to wait on it long enough.
Yeah.
Well, not quite long enough, I guess. He was still out in front, but didn't swing and miss, which is what Norell was hoping for.
Put some barrel on that one. See if he comes back hard in with the sinker fastball here.
1-2. He's still out in front. Popped up. This is playable on the right side of the infield. Lechner is under it and makes the catch to end the inning. But Mainz scored 3 more runs on, let's see, how many hits? 1 hit. 3 runs on 1 hit. There was 3 runs on 2 hits. There was also 1 error and 1 left on base. So we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Remember, it's a 7-inning game. It is 6-1 Mainz. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Moving on to the bottom of the 4th inning, it is 6-1, Mainz leading. I'm going to have to put up the custom scoreboard here. Give me a second. It is 6-1, and we are in the bottom of the 4th. I'm just editing this live as I tell you about it. There you go. Until the e-scoring updates, I will have that on the screen. First pitch is a breaking ball from Brady Tedesco to Patrick Music for a strike. And Tedesco, who at one point was losing 1-0, didn't have to live with that for very long, as Mainz immediately came back to score 3. He's trying to repair the hole that Norell dug in the last half inning on the mound.
He might need a shovel and a tamp the way Norell does it.
Yeah, I think we've seen that pretty much every game. The opposing pitcher has always had to do some kind of work. Ground ball towards third, and Ramos Jimenez Ramos throws across in time, and music is out.
And that's fine when you're at home. If you're pitching in your own ballpark to dig up the mound, it's a little bit more taboo if you're on the road.
Yeah.
You go out there on a nice, freshly groomed mound and hack it up with your spikes and dig a big hole. You sometimes get some chirps from the dugout when you do that.
Which is understandable. I mean, there's no grounds crew in this league. It's all for the players, by the players, basically. Nate Thomas squares the bunt, takes a strike. Thomas singled on the first pitch he saw and then stole second and scored. That's been the Disciples' offense in this game. And Tedesco deals. That's up high. The appeal. He did not go. 1 ball, 1 strike. One and one to Nate Sean. And missed the inside corner with that fastball. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Nate Sean's been in the league since 2015, going all the way back to the Bad Homburg Hornet days.
Bad Homburg. They always had great import players. Gary Owens broke in with them as well. There's a swing and a miss at a good breaking ball down and in.
Yeah.
2 and 2.
Nate was there in 2015, 2016, and then from 2017 on, he's been with the Munich-Haar Disciples.
Also played for the British national team.
Yep.
From the British Virgin Islands. Here's the 2-2. Strike 3 on the outside corner, and Thomas very upset. The backdoor breaking ball.
Yeah, it looked like a changeup.
Well, the Disciples have not had a lot to be excited about today, and I think pretty high on that list. You see some of the reactions they have. You know, when it rains, it pours.
Yeah, takes a bit of wind out of your sails in that last inning. Could have got out of it. A few errors hurt.
Joe Rosenthal. But at the end of the day, they still have. There's 4 errors. They have 4 errors in this game. That pitch is outside. 2-0 on Rosenthal, who struck out his first time. Yeah, of the 6 runs, only 1 run is earned for the Mainz Athletics. So the Disciples, you know, that's that has been a disaster of their own doing. But, you know, when the frustration of the difficult season begins to boil over, they're going to, you know, you're going to see those types of reactions.
Yep.
Any close pitch, any close play, that's just human nature. That's how it works. Frustration, it's not fun.
For sure. And to compound the misery there, it's put Stephen Norell's pitch count up to 95. Which has got to be on the mind of the coaches for the Disciples.
Well, you figure he's good at least to 120, right? So there's a swing and a miss, strike 3. The inning's over. And we will see what transpires as we go to the 5th inning. It is 6-1 Mainz. It's still not that far of a lead, right? So
no.
If you're the Disciples, you want to try to just keep playing inning by inning, batter by batter.
Hack away. You got to chip away.
Yeah.
It's always tougher to score game 2s with import pitching, but you got to start now. Can't wait around.
So we will see what happens as we go to the 5th inning. It is 6-1 Mainz. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Top of the 5th inning here in Haar. 6-1, Mainz Athletics leading. 6 runs, only one of them is earned, however, as Johnny Froelich steps up to the plate and takes a ball. Froelich, Nozo, and Weikert, 7, 8, 9. Slow roller down the third base line. Music barehands it, throws, and no chance. So Froelich with a base hit.
Another Swant. I'm telling you, Tim, every time you see this play from now on for the rest of your life, you're going to think of me.
I'm just, I was going to say, like, I don't know what I think about that word, swunt.
Is what it is.
It is swinging bunt, yeah. Yeah. A dribbler, a worm burner. Well, that was not a worm burner. That was more like a, I don't know, worm good neighbor. There's a pickoff attempt. Nothing doing over there. Froelich dives back. So Froelich has walked and singled and struck out now. He's at first. Jerome Nozo 0 for 2. Squares to bunt. The pitch is in the dirt. Good block by Thorpe. Now Norell, he's had some games where he has seemed uncomfortable from the get-go and battled through. This one, he looked like he was on. And then the wheels just came off defensively.
Yeah.
And since then, the pitch count got way up. You had to throw a lot of pitches in one fell swoop in one inning. And that can knock a pitcher out of his rhythm. There's another tapper. That's pulled foul. 1 ball, 1 strike to Nozo.
Yeah, it's a team game. Norell's not a guy who's going to strike out 15, uses his defense behind him, which is a good thing, I think. But sometimes you don't get all the support you need.
Yeah, well, also, we've actually been very impressed with the infield defense of the Disciples, at least the games that I've seen.
Yeah, been excellent so far this year.
You have a bad day sometimes. That's how it goes. 2-1. That's a rocket.
Whoa.
Pulled foul. My goodness.
Heads up, coach.
That was a high-pitched bat crack.
And credit to Mainz also. They've taken advantage of those mistakes. They've really made them hurt.
Yeah, that's what good teams will do. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Got him swinging on the breaking ball. So good job by Norell to come back and get Nozo. That's the first out. It's the 6th strikeout for Norell. And now Nicky Weikert, the number 9 hitter, who has struck out twice. 1 down, runner on first base. Weikert taking a long look into the dugout. Not sure what play would be on when you're up by 6-1, but maybe a hit and run. There's a big hole in the right side. Or maybe you wanted to know if the runner was going to be trying to steal.
Yeah. Who knows? It looks like they're still playing hard, which I like to see.
Yeah. The Disciples made game 1 11-8.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Pitch on the outside corner for a strike. So nothing is certain.
Yeah, and I think Will Kilgore, the manager for Mainz, has that in his mind.
That pitch is low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Froelich not going anywhere, and a swing and a miss, 1 and 2 on Weikert. I don't think Froelich's going to go now either. Weikert was struck out twice, behind in the count 1 and 2.
It'd be hard pressed to find another game where there were 2 20-somethings managing a Bundesliga game.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Right.
That's a
Boomer Saunders and Will Kilgore.
Yeah.
Breaking ball, it's in the dirt. I guess the reason why it seems surprising is that Mainz has so many veterans.
Yeah.
And so Kilgore is like one of the youngest guys over there. It's a little different on the Disciples side where you have all those young players. And a strike 3 called, fastball at the top of the zone. Good pitch from Norell, 7th strikeout. With the Disciples, you have, Daniel Wolf. You have a lot of early 20s and some teenagers.
For sure.
And in Mainz, you got Max Bolt, Weikert, Katofsky, nice pick at first by Michelli. He'll take it to the bag, and that's a defensive play that Steve Norell is very happy to have.
Good play there.
As Katofsky grounds out. So, no runs, mercifully, for the Mainz Athletics. They do get a hit. No errors, 1 left on base. At the end of 4.5, Mainz 6, Haar 1. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Welcome back to the bottom of the 5th inning here in Haar. 6, 7, and 8, Lucas Pickle, Cal Murphy, and Simon Lechner against the left-hander Brady Tedesco, who has given up 1 run on 2 hits so far. He has not walked a batter, and he's struck out 8. 62 pitches, 41 strikes. Looking pretty good for the left-hander from Colorado. And the pitch to Bickle, who touched him for an RBI single back in the 2nd, is a strike under the hands of Lucas. Lucas with the bat today in the 2 games has had a good day. He's had 4 hits. Backdoor curve, and that one hits the zone.
He's had an impressive day. I think he's lobbying the coaches for more playing time, possibly. He's been sort of in and out of the lineup so far this year, but he's looked good today.
Yeah, I mean, the Disciples need somebody that can hit the ball, and he's been able to do that here, although not right there. That pitch was swung on and missed. Bickle took the bat with him halfway down the first baseline before disposing of it on the grass. So he strikes out and then is thrown out 2-3. Looked like a breaking pitch, and he couldn't hold up the check swing.
I thought I saw a changeup, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's hard for me to tell, especially from a lefty.
Yeah.
And especially from the 3/4 angle.
Yeah.
The changeup, I guess, it fades back towards the left-hand batter's box.
Yeah.
And the curveball would go the other way, but we sit kind of at an angle anyway, so I have to be safe and just say breaking pitch or off-speed pitch. Yeah. So 1 away, and Cal Murphy looks at a fastball. Pretty reasonably secure to say that that was a fastball. And the count 0-1. And a check swing. That's in the zone. That might have been the change.
That looked like a changeup, yeah.
Looked like even on the check swing, he was out in front. That's usually how I can tell that it's a changeup. It's more based on the swing than.
Yeah, the timing of the hitter tells you a lot often.
0-2. And that one's low. That, I think, was also a change.
Yeah, that was a very good pitch there.
Yeah. And
sort of low inside changeup. Trying to get Murphy to think identify that as a fastball and then swing over top.
Popped straight up behind the plate. Joyce looking for it, circling around underneath it. Very tough play, and he makes it.
Tedesco's been going to that 0-2 or 2-strike fastball inside to a lot of guys all day. He's been getting the call. You got to think that the Haar batters are thinking about that, especially when the count gets to 2 strikes.
So Simon Lechner, 0 for 1. Now Tedesco has retired 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 batters in a row. Well, actually, 10 if you go back to the second inning. And Lechner looks at a strike.
Yeah, he's cruising right now.
That one is bounced up there. 1 ball and 1 strike. Yes, since the run-scoring single off the bat of Lucas Bickle, 10 up and 10 down for the Disciples. And also since then, 6 runs have crossed the plate for the Athletics.
And pretty surprising, if the stats are correct here, that Tedesco does not have a win yet this year. He's 0-0.
Well, the Athletics, I know, have had a lot of games canceled due to rain. So
yeah, 3 starts he's had.
1 ball and 2 strikes. That game against Regensburg was a close one, right? Maybe he got a no decision in that.
Yeah, pitched well enough to win, but
have they played Heidenheim as well?
No, he's pitched against Mannheim, Regensburg, and Hunstetten.
Okay. 2-2.
Pitched well in all those starts, but just.
He's pitching well here too as well. And that's a good block by Joyce. 3-2. Lechner trying to work his way on base and give Neil Schmidt a chance. Full count pitch. That's upstairs, ball 4. So Lechner is aboard, and that breaks the streak of 10 consecutive batters retired. 2-out walk. Well, the Athletics got a 2-out walk in the third and turned it into a 3-run rally. The Disciples get a 2-out walk here. Let's see what they can do. They have Neil Schmidt coming to the plate. Schmidt 0 for 1 with a strikeout. And Tedesco from the stretch deals, swing and a miss. 0-1. Nils had that 2-out, 2-run double in the 7th inning of game 1 to extend it. Good curveball there, 0-2.
Looks like similar game plan as to Schmidt's first at-bat when he was given a couple curveballs there from Tedesco, who normally doesn't throw his curveball to righties, but he's been filling it up to Schmidt. See if he goes back to it here.
And Schmidt asks time and receives. There was a thought that I actually had earlier in the game, and then I think the inning ended. I lost my train of thought. I just had it again. I'll tell you in a minute. Although the inning very well could end on the next pitch. I was thinking about how there might be like a trickle-down effect of so many college pitchers that are used to pitching with a pitch clock that we may not need a pitch clock here because they're so used to it.
Could be, yeah.
You know, in a couple of years. That was my thought. That's it.
Yeah, no, that would be great. I think because I think it does benefit your team, and especially the influence that foreign pitchers have coming over here on the youth in their clubs and the younger pitchers on their team. I think it's a positive thing.
I mean, here when there are long games, it's more often not because of the pace of a pitcher. It's usually because there's a lot of walks, a lot of hits, a lot of runs, a lot of, and that has, whether there's a pitch clock or not, that stuff is.
It's going to make it long, yeah. But cutting down a little bit, I think, it keeps people on their toes, keeps fans maybe a little bit more interested.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. That means Lechner should be going at least a little bit with the pitch. And strike 3 on a breaking ball gets Niels Schmidt. So a good inning again for Tedesco. He does allow a walk, but nothing else. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 left on base. End of 5 here in Haar. It is 6-1 Mainz. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Moving to the top of the 6th inning. Remember, it's a 7-inning game, so 2 left to play in this one, as we are playing ball at about 7 minutes after 5 p.m. local time. Mainz Athletics leading 6-1 in this one. Steve Norell's day is done, and he pitched a lot better than it looks. He gave up 6 runs, but only 1 of those was earned. 2 walks and 7 strikeouts. But the Disciples were really victimized by the 4 errors, and now Luke Steinlein is on, and he's going to deal right away with Thomas Joyce, and that pitch is inside. 1 ball and no strikes. But Norell did finish strongly, pitching a scoreless 5th inning, and 108 pitches for the big right-hander from Texas. 1-0 on Joyce, and he rips that foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Joyce grounded out, and then he singled and walked and has scored 2 runs. And I believe he broke his bat on that last swing. And so he's on his way to the dugout to get another one. Meanwhile, home plate umpire Kevin McKnight dusts off home plate. Joyce strides back to the plate with a new piece of lumber. And a 1-1 count against Luke Steinlein. Steinlein, haven't seen him in a few weeks. Remember, he actually had to come out of a game with an apparent injury, but obviously that's behind him now. Swinging a squibber foul, 1-2. ERA of 12.27 in 3 2/3 innings. That's pretty much the story with a lot of the Disciples. The numbers are not pretty. And that pitch is outside, 2-2.
Another veteran guy, Luke Steinlein's been in the league since 2009. He's accumulated 487 1/3 innings.
Okay, he's been one of the workhorses over the years for the Disciples. He's been a starter, he's been a closer, and he hit Thomas Joyce with the fastball up and in. So Joyce is aboard.
Yeah, he's done everything. He's got 31 wins, 21 losses, 27 saves as well as a disciple, all as a disciple, and 262 walks and 403 strikeouts coming into this year, going back to 2009 in the first Bundesliga.
He's originally from Firth area. I think he started playing club ball with the Firth Pirates. And he's actually left-handed, but he throws right-handed because when he started playing baseball, they only had right-handed gloves. So he did like the opposite of what, hopeful fathers do to their kids these days, which is turn them into left-handers and make them pitchers. But
I think Billy Wagner had something like that, or he broke his right arm and he's right-handed, but he had to start throwing left-handed. And
Justice Sheffield is another guy that comes to mind who pitched in the major leagues a couple of years ago. I'm sure there's more than that. But wasn't Yunjin Ryu? Was he also? He's right-handed, but his father taught him to pitch lefty. 0-2, it says on the scoreboard, to Max Bolt, slightly distracted. That's a fastball outside. Max Bolt and Luke Steinlein. But there are many, many moments of Bundesliga history that take place between these two. And sometimes Steinlein emerges, and sometimes Bolt emerges victorious. This is not such a high-leverage situation here. And Bolt gets a base hit. He's got another one of those down the left field line. Joyce racing to third base. Schmidt comes up with it. The throw is not in time, but Bolt takes second base. I think Bolt would have had a double on that anyway. So Bolt with his second consecutive double.
Almost a carbon copy of his last double.
Yeah, the last one was a little bit more down the line and made it all the way to the fence, and that's why Joyce was able to score. This time Schmidt actually made it pretty close at third base with that throw. Schmidt has a very good arm. The outfield for the Disciples, those guys can cover some ground, and they have good arms. This is a good outfield defensively. It's another one of the things that makes it so frustrating, because you look at the talent on the field and you think, okay, they should be better than 2-9, but that's not how it is.
I'd be interested to know what percentage of all time hitters in the first Bundesliga Steinlein has faced, or what percentage of every the total number of pitchers
in the South, the Bundesliga South. Boy, he probably has faced.
Or how many?
Yeah, how many? Like, is there anybody in the league that hasn't faced him?
Yeah, or how many pitchers all time has? What percentage of all the pitchers who have pitched in the Bundesliga South has Max Bolt faced?
Yeah,
that'd be a cool stat.
The first pitch was up and in on Johannesson, and it looked like he almost hurt himself just jumping out of the way of that one. And he hits a ground ball to Michelli, who looks the runner back and steps on third. So that's the first out of the inning.
As we're talking about stats, big shout out to Ty Erickson's stat page, which has helped us immensely in these broadcasts.
Yeah, we forgot to actually. I guess I kind of figure that you, the viewer, know that. We've been plugging it so much on all the other broadcasts.
Yeah, we need to give a shout out today. So,
they're going to intentionally walk Jimenez Ramos, and you know what? That is exactly what I would have done as well after the day he's been having.
He's red hot.
So the bases are loaded, and now Will Kilgore will step up to the plate. But yeah, Ty Erickson, if you go to Ty Erickson, that's Erickson with sen.com. And you see a bunch of projects he's been working on. One of them is Statistics Archive for the Deutsche Baseball Verband. And it's searchable and sortable, and you can look up things, and you can compare, and you can set minimum innings and things like this. There's a strike to Kilgore. It's not quite as good as Baseball Reference. I mean, there's a whole lot of work that would go into that. And Ty's done all of it himself.
Yeah.
You know, if the DB would set up a database system where they, really organized all the stats the way Ty did, it would be phenomenal.
Yeah, Ty's done an excellent job on that. And definitely don't go on there if you're a fan of this league and you have an appointment in about 15 minutes, because you can get lost on there.
Yeah. You do have to specify, because there's first Bundesliga, second Bundesliga, and, you can see stats for both of those, actually.
Yep.
There's a curveball on the outside corner. 1-2 the count on Will Kilgore. Bases loaded, 1 out. 6-1 Mainz. We're in the top of the 6th, game 2 of the doubleheader. Steinlein has his sign from Thorpe. And the 1-2 pitch is popped up behind the plate. Thorpe has a play, and he makes it. That's a big second out. So the intentional walk to get around Jimenez Ramos. Kilgore pops out, and now Steinlein can get out of this, but you still got to face Johnny Froelich, who's been very pesky today. In this game, he has a single and a bases loaded walk. One for 2. That pitch is outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Six runs on 7 hits for the Athletics. 1, 2, and 4 for the Disciples. Breaking ball, that's low and outside. 2-0. The Athletics in this game have not gone down in order once, and in the first game they only did it 1 time. So in the 2 games they've been sending a lot of batters to the plate. The Disciples have made some errors, they've allowed some walks, but then you got to credit the Athletics. They've also been driving the ball. That's outside. 3-0. Nowhere to put him. Bases loaded.
Yeah, they've been really aggressive in the zone. They haven't let a whole lot of balls right down the middle go, and that's always tough to pitch to.
I guess it's another reason for the walks. I mean, you're trying to be careful.
Yeah.
There's a strike. 3-1. Joyce is at third. Bolt at second. Jimenez Ramos at first. No runs are in, but it's a 3-1 count coming to Froelich with 2 down. And strike 2 is called. And now it's Froelich's turn to turn around and pick up the bat. Take another look at this one. Certainly could have been called a ball. Full count. There go the runners. Check swing. The ball is down, and Thorpe couldn't find it. Throws to first. We don't know if it was a swing yet.
Everybody's looking at each other.
I think it was ball 4. There's no swing. There's no call. They're asking for an appeal. They appeal. He did not swing, so it's ball 4. It's a bases-loaded walk, and Saunders is out of the dugout. He just wants to know what the call was. I mean, I think the umpire just said ball 4.
Didn't see a call.
Didn't see a call, which usually means it's a ball.
Yeah.
The check swing, I mean, I don't think he went around on the swing anyway. Oh, that's pretty close, actually. Very close.
It was definitely worth an appeal.
Definitely is worth appeal. But there was no call by the umpire, so he definitely didn't call it a strike. And Thorpe threw to first, as you should, but then you have to make the appeal, which they did. And Vlado Čupić said no swing, so it's ball 4.
Yeah.
And Saunders is out of the dugout.
I don't think you can get this one reversed, unfortunately.
No, because, I mean, unless somebody thinks he swung and missed.
Yeah.
But, we've seen the umpires get together and reverse calls.
Yeah, and they're going to get together.
Went against the Disciples, and so now they are going to get together. And
the universal sign for get together was given there by Ilir Khan.
So, I mean, at the moment, it's just a bases-loaded walk.
Yeah.
It can only be strike 3 or a walk. But
yeah, and I don't see this one. I don't see this one getting overturned.
The only thing that would be whether Vlado Čupić says he swung at it, but he already said no, and he says no again.
Yeah,
and so it's bases loaded walk. That's what we thought.
But the Disciples obviously thought that he went around and.
Yeah, I mean it was definitely close. I can show it to you again.
Yeah. hard angle
It's hard
to
to
see.
tell.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I think usually in that situation, the home plate umpire will point to the ground to say the ball's on the ground.
Yeah.
And then everybody knows you still need to like complete the play, which Thorpe did. But you know, the Disciples didn't appeal until after that play was made, which is obviously what they had to do. And Vlado Čupić knew what was going to happen, and he said there was no swing, and that's exactly the play came about. So it's a bases loaded walk, and Mainz leads 7-1. The pitch to Nozo was that a strike? That's a strike.
Yep.
So the count is 0-2 on Nozo. No balls and 2 strikes. Bolt at third, Jimenez Ramos at second, and Frolik at first. 7-1. Mainz leads on the pitch. That's inside corner, strike 3. Nozo is confused by that one, but he goes down, and the inning is over. The Mainz Athletics score a run on no hits. 1 run on no hits, no errors, and 3 left on base. Bottom of the 6th inning coming up. It is 7-1 Mainz. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So we go to, what inning are we in? No idea where we are. Bottom of the 6th inning. That's where we are. We're also in Haar. And the Athletics lead this one 7-1. And the pitch to Thorpe is hit in the air to deep left field. Going back on this one, Nozo over his head and one hops the fence. Thorpe will cruise into second base with a double. Solid contact from Will. First pitch swinging on the, looked like maybe that was the changeup from Brady Tedesco. And Thorpe got around on it and drilled it. So now Nick Michelli steps up to the plate. 7-1. Mainz leading Haar. 7 runs on 7 hits. And 1, 3, and 4 errors. That's the real big bummer for the Disciples today. 5 of the 7 runs are unearned for the Athletics. And a big swing by Michelli comes up empty. 0-1. Michelli 0 for 2, struck out looking, struck out swinging. Brady Tedesco has been very tough. Has the sign from Joyce, comes set. Swing and a miss, strike 2, foul tip actually into the mitt. Thorpe on second base. Tedesco concerned with Michelli at the plate. Just trying to work his way through. And that fastball missed inside. Good spot, though.
Very good, and he's been getting that called for a strike, that inside corner. One previous to Michelli also, I believe.
One and two. Check swing on a breaking ball. Pitch is down and in for a ball. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Looks like Tedesco's reaching back for a little more velocity. Maybe that double by Thorpe fired him up a little bit, or maybe he can smell the finish line.
Well, Tedesco,
seventh inning.
He's had 2 strikeouts in every inning. This ball is popped up right side. The second baseman, Vikert, backing out into the outfield grass, and he makes the catch. Tedesco has been firing strikes, 10 strikeouts in the game.
Good day for him.
Yeah. Now Patrick Music, who has not struck out. In fact, Music is the only batter in the lineup who has not struck out. Well, no, Lechner has not struck out either. So Music and Lechner are the only two. But Music is 0 for 2 with a flyout and a ground out, right-hand hitter. Thorpe at second base in scoring position, and a breaking ball that's in there at the knees on the inside corner. Good pitch from Brady Tedesco.
He's starting to mix that in to righties now. Third time through the lineup, correct?
Yep, correct. That's how economical he's been. We're already in the 6th inning. Fastball is high.
Guys are just getting their third look at him here.
One and one. Thorpe dancing a bit off second base, and time was called. Just as Tedesco was coming to home plate.
Yep.
And he kicks at the dirt on the mound a little bit.
Sometimes can throw you off as a pitcher, but doesn't look like Tedesco's too bothered by that.
Well, he's pitching with a 6-run lead, which is...
That'll put you in a good mood.
Yeah, it'll put you in a good mood. There's a foul ball off to the right, out of play, and the count 1 and 2 now on Patrick Music. It's outside, 2 and 2.
So that is a season high strikeouts for Tedesco. His previous high was 8 against Regensburg on April 22nd.
He's still pretty good in the pitch count department, under 100. He came into this inning with 81, and now it's got to be in the 90s somewhere. I have not been keeping track. There's a chopper to third. Jimenez Ramos gloves and throws on the run. Good play, as it looked like Music. Did he pull up a little bit before he got first base there? I don't think maybe he did, but he's out 5-3 on the putout. Looks okay as he returns to the dugout. Look for a moment, maybe like he had jammed an ankle or something. Yeah. So you certainly don't want to see anything like that, but he appears to be fine. So Nate Thomas will step up to the plate. Thomas singled and scored, and that's been the Disciples' offense. Give it up for Nate. Give it up for our Disciples. And then he struck out looking.
We have a foul ball coming in from my wife.
Oh. She didn't sign it, though. Come on.
Ah.
There's a swing and a tapper to the right side at the first baseline. Fielded by Bolt, and he wins the foot race to the bag just barely. Nate Thomas getting down that line quickly. But he is out number 3. And the Disciples are put out in the 6th inning. No runs. 1 hit, the leadoff double by Thorpe. No errors, 1 left on base. To the 7th inning. Remember, it's a 7-inning game, so this is the final inning, barring extra innings. It is 7-1 Mainz. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back for the top of the 7th inning here in Haar. Mainz leading 7-1. New pitcher on the mound is Nick Michelli. And that means he moves from first base to the mound. Lucas Bickel is out of the game. Miguel Pinheiro is going to play first base, and that means he'll get to bat in the bottom of the 7th inning. So Michelli, who pitched one game this year and pitched very well against Regensburg earlier in the season, but then was maybe a bit overstretched and couldn't go for a while, and now he's back out there. So the game was started by Norell, and then Steinlein pitched an inning, gave up a run, but also, suffered from some of the same command issues that he had before. You wonder if maybe still his shoulder is not quite right.
Yeah, you never know. And good to see Michelli back on the mound here. He's been out for a couple weeks with an injury. Pitched a fantastic game, as you said, in Regensburg, and
he's going to deal with 9-1-2, Weikert, and then Kotowski and Joyce. So here we go, top of the 7th, and that pitch missed outside, ball 1. Michelli, who pitched a lot last year for Bonn when he was a member of the German champion team, he looked really good. And that fastball is inside, 2-0.
And he's looked really good this year when he's been healthy with the Disciples. Mixes it up a lot, throws his fastball to both sides of the plate, and really just flat out competes when he's on the mound.
He's behind Weikert, 3-0. Weikert, who has struck out 3 times today. That's not the guy you want to walk. But he did. And so Nicky takes first base, and the lineup turns over for Kevin Kotowski. It seems, you got to feel for, obviously, how it feels to be in Ryan Saunders' position, where you feel like no matter what you do, everything you try. Steinlein has been dealing with arm issues, Michelli dealing with arm issues. And then you got some of the younger guys coming in, sometimes having a good day, and then other times not. And today's been one of those days where it just feels like every move Boomer's tried to make has just not worked out. It's not his fault.
Yeah.
It's just, it's got to be frustrating.
Yeah.
That's the point I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure. And they hit so well in the first game and just weren't able to get outs when they needed them to on the pitching side.
That ball blocked by Thorpe. 1-1 the count on Kotowski.
It goes back to baseball as a team game. You gotta hit well, pitch well, and play defense for normally 9 innings, but sometimes 7. If you want to win ball games, and when you're facing a good team like Mainz, they're going to take advantage of mistakes you make.
That one's inside. 2-1. Michelli looking to try to find his groove here.
We'll give a quick shout out to Andy Alvang, who's a former Disciples player, tuning in from Oslo, Norway.
Oh, yeah, Oslo. Love Oslo. Ground ball to first. Fielded by Pinheiro just into the game. He touches the bag. That's the first out. Pinheiro, obviously an experienced infielder, has played a lot of third and short over the years for the Disciples. So 1 away. Have you been to Oslo before?
I've never been, no.
Beautiful city. Beautiful city. Norway, generally, gorgeous country.
What month should I go?
Man, I've been there in winter and I've been there in summer. And I mean, it's dark and cold in winter, but it's also really pretty. And you can see the northern lights from parts of the country. And
okay.
Just bring a jacket. I'll say that. The pitch to Joyce is low. In the summer, it's beautiful as well. Whoa, broken bat. The ball. Bat. Oh, my goodness. The bat nearly, I mean, I don't even know how to describe this. There are kids over in that yard playing baseball, and I'm telling you, the bat flew over 100 feet. That bat flew 150 feet. The handle was left in Joyce's hand, and there were kids. There was a kid lying on the grass looking at something in his baseball glove, and the bat landed 2 feet from him. Yeah.
It was very close. That's a
souvenir, but it's also like a massive
weapon.
Deep breath.
Yeah.
Like, oh my goodness.
That's a sharp projectile flying your way. You got to keep your heads up. You got to keep your head up when you're in the ballpark.
Well, yeah, but I don't know that you can expect that. I've never seen that. I've never seen a broken bat go flying that far.
Yeah. Into foul territory. Also is.
I mean, it went over the backstop.
Yeah.
Like, the fence behind the plate is, how high is that? Was that 10 meters? No. 7 meters? I have no idea. No sense of.
More than that.
I'm stuck in feet. It's like 60 feet.
Yeah.
Whatever that is. I've lived here 13 years. I should have figured this out. That pitch is on the corner and the count 1 and 2. But that was scary.
Yep.
Fortunately, it landed on the grass. 1 and 2. Ground ball to Pinheiro. He'll take this one to the bag for out number 2.
Ball always finds a new guy, it seems.
Well, Pinheiro 2 for 2 so far in his chances this inning. So Pinheiro comes into the game, and I think he's had more chances than Music has had at third all day in both games.
Yeah. And one of those from Music was a ball he really didn't have a play on, a sort of dying ground ball there, which he tried to, he faked a throw to first. And
so now Max Bolt against Michelli going to go from the full windup. We actually have not seen a pitcher do that at all today, because both Norell and Tedesco and Steinlein, they all work from the stretch exclusively. So sometimes it's a bit of a, it's a bit jarring. It's like, oh my goodness, he's facing the hitter. Literally facing him. Old school. Big leg kick. Breaking ball in the dirt. Good block by Thorpe. 2-0 on Bolt, who has doubled twice, reached on an error twice. E5, E6, and then 2 doubles.
And there's a couple of reasons for that. I think you can warm up quicker when you just go from the stretch.
Yeah. Ball fouled off the umpire, I believe.
Yep.
Back to the screen. Yeah, and a lot of, like, I remember it started, some of the first pitchers I remember that only ever pitched from the stretch, Mariano Rivera was one of the first guys to start doing that. Because in the 80s, 90s, the bullpen pitchers, they were kind of just like, we hope we don't have to use them, but if we do, okay, whatever. But then it started becoming a specialty thing, like, oh, I'm a bullpen guy. And then the logic was, well, you're probably coming in with runners on base.
Yeah.
So you better be good at throwing from the stretch, and so you might as well just do it all the time.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think. One of the first closers was Dennis Eckersley when he was with the A's.
Right.
The Russa used him only when in save situations,
Yep.
but he did go from the full, and he was a former starter.
That's right. Yeah, 88. I mean, that was the year I think he had 45 saves and gave up, of course, the home run to Kirk Gibson. This ball popped up a mile high on the left side of the infield. Murphy waiting for it to come down, still waiting, and it finally does with snow on top of it for out number 3. So Michelli pitches through the top of the 7th without allowing a run. And we will go to the bottom of the 7th. Last chance for the Disciples. It is 7-1 Mainz. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So we go to the bottom of the 7th inning, and Brady Tedesco's day is over, and it was a very, very good one. He will be relieved by Leonard Stickling, but Tedesco, 6 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, a walk, and 10 strikeouts. Not a bad day at the office for him, only 93 pitches.
Yeah, what a performance. He's in line for his first win of the year, and if he does get it, it's well earned.
So Leonard Stickling takes over on the mound for the Mainz Athletics, and he's no stranger to Hard Disciples and their fans, right-hander. And he'll deal with Rosenthal and then Pinheiro and Murphy, 5, 6, and 7 in the order. The Disciples trailing by 6 runs. It is 7-1. Remember, 5 of those 7 runs for Mainz were unearned. Now, I mean, this is not actually how it would be, but theoretically it could only be a 2-1 game. That pitch is in there for a strike, 1-1. Leonard Stickling, by the way, seems like he has transitioned in recent years to kind of only being a DH and then pitching, but he was a very good field player as well.
Yeah.
Pop up on the left side, and Stickling, who, you know, has played third base and shortstop, makes the catch easily.
Calls off his third baseman there. A bit of a grin from Jimenez Ramos, who maybe a little bit surprised that he's being called off by a pitcher, but when he's a former infielder.
Like as I'm saying it.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, Stickling is he's not your typical pitcher.
No.
And so Miguel Pinheiro, now this is his first at-bat today. He's had some at-bats this year. Only a handful, 1 out of 6. But he's been with the Disciples going back to, I think, 2016, on and off. And back in action this year. And that pitch is outside, 2-0. Well, just like in the first game, the Disciples had the lead for the amount of time it takes for innings to change. They had the lead at the end of a half inning, and then the very next half inning gave it up. There's a strike. They led 1-0 after 2, and then Mainz scored 3 in the third, and that's basically, they've not looked back since. 2-1 to Pinheiro. Breaking ball missed inside. Joyce looked like he wanted that.
Yeah, Pinheiro's been active since 2019 with the Disciples. Or sorry, 2017. 2019 being a big year for him where he hit 304.
Fly ball right field down the line. Long run for Johannesson. He will not get there. It lands foul. The count full 3-2. Yeah, Miguel was with the team in 2017 when they made it to the semifinals in Game 5 against the Bonn Capitals, and he's gotten some big hits. He's a guy who has gap power, but he actually hits the ball very well to right field.
Yeah.
He's not a pull hitter, not a power guy, but a good line drive hitter. Full count to him. And he drives that one to the gap in left center field. Nozo is there, however, to cut it off and make the catch. So there are 2 down. And the Disciples are down to their final out today. And Cal Murphy will step up to the plate. Murphy 0 for 2 today. And that pitch is in there for a strike from Stöckling. Ball game was started by Norell and Brady Tedesco. Norell pitched well. Looks a lot worse than it actually was in the box score. But again, a frustrating outing for him and for the Disciples. But Brady Tedesco was fantastic. 10 strikeouts in 6 innings. Obviously, he would be in line for the win, which I believe would be his first in the Bundesliga. 1-1, and that one just a bit outside. Always wanted to say that. But I think that hole that Norell dug might have had something to do with that one, as Strickling looked down.
Yeah, that one just slipped out of the hand. That, if of all pitches to drop your line there, that was the one to do it.
I feel like I don't think I'll ever say that ever again.
Oh, okay.
You know, unless somebody throws one over the backstop.
Yeah. Because, it just hit a bad spot there. It looked like Stöckling and then kind of twisted.
And he just missed the inside corner there. 3-1. And that one on the corner with some good velocity. You can actually hear Stöckling grunting back here. So full count, the Disciples down to their final strike. And ball 4. So Murphy draws a walk. And that'll bring up Simon Lechner. Murphy on first base. He will not be held on by Bolt. So Lechner 0 for 1. He has also walked. The Disciples, if Lechner makes out here, that means they will not have even gone 3 complete times through their lineup.
Wow.
As Neil Schmidt has only had 2 plate appearances in this game. That's how efficient the pitching of Tedesco was. Oops. And the strike to Lechner. Now, of course, it's a 7-inning game, so that sounds a little different when you say, oh, the whole game they only went through the lineup, not even 3 times. But it's still, Murphy is dancing off first base. That curveball hitting the corner. 0-2 on Lechner, and again, the Disciples down to their final strike.
Yeah, I think Mainz going to be a tough team, and Tedesco, I'm interested to see how he pitches against some of those top teams. He's already faced Regensburg, but
there's a slap job down the line. It's foul. Lechner stays alive. Yeah, Tedesco, a lefty. Not a lot of lefties in the Bundesliga, so it definitely gives a good look.
Yeah. I could see them having a really close game or winning against a team like Heidenheim. That would be a bit of an upset, but
there's a Squibber foul. I got to say, I think that all of the teams in the Bundesliga are capable of beating any of them. Like
this year,
even
yes.
Hunstetten played a one-run game against Regensburg. Hunstetten has played well.
Yeah.
And that's rare for a team that's new in the Bundesliga, to be quite honest. Just missed. Boy, Lechner stays alive as that pitch one outside, 1-2.
I think it makes the league exciting this year that almost every game you're going to get a good ball game, and we've seen some of the teams who are at the bottom of the standings compete against the top teams.
Yeah, I think that's what you want,
Yeah.
And I do also think that that's probably what the Bundesliga is hoping for by reducing the teams to 6 in the North and the South next year. I think that a lot of people were just caught off guard or caught by surprise because they announced it a couple days before the season.
Yeah, but Hunstetten's done a great job.
They've done a very good job,
Yeah, credit to them.
And Lechner doing a good job staying alive. He's fouled off a couple of pitches.
They did just lose their 3-hole hitter import player.
Got signed by the Yankees, I believe, right?
Mexican league.
Oh, okay.
Which is a very good professional league.
I thought he got signed to a minor league deal.
I could be wrong. I thought I saw he's going to Mexico.
Okay, then maybe. Lechner flares one to short center field. Katowski coming on, makes the catch, and the ball game is over. The Mainz Athletics take both games. This one by a score of 7-1. So 7 runs, 7 hits, no errors for Mainz. 1 run, 3 hits, and 4 errors for the Hard Disciples. The winning pitcher, Brady Tedesco, and the hard luck loser, Steve Norell for Haar. This ball game coming to end about 9 minutes before 6 p.m. So another tough day for the Hard Disciples. As this season continues, they have fallen to 2-10.
Halfway point in the season for them.
And they have certainly played better than that, but that's what it is. It's how it is. It's baseball. It's a tough game, man.
Yeah.
And you got to pick yourself up and figure out how to come to the ballpark with a positive attitude the next day, and that's going to be the challenge for this team this year. That's just going to have to be what it is.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a game where they've pitched well, hit well, and played defense all well in the same game.
Yeah.
You really need all cylinders firing to win games in this league because it's a tough league. There's a lot of good teams this year. Like we said, a very balanced league. There's no off weekends where you can just show up at the ballpark and roll out there and win 2 games. You're going to have to fight and claw for everything this year, and they need to play well to win games on all fronts.
Well, that should also not take anything away from the Mainz Athletics, who played excellent baseball today and got excellent pitching from Brady Tedesco here in Game 2. So that's it for us. Tim Collins, Alex Tufts. Alex, thanks for joining me.
Thank you very much. You're off to Japan, right?
Not immediately, but I will not be here next weekend, and then after that I'll be in Japan. And for the viewers, I'm not sure if there are going to be broadcasts.
We don't know.
From this point forward, because I myself will not be there, and so we need to figure out some way to have someone else cover the broadcasts. I will keep you all updated, of course, on my website. So if you have any questions, you can email me through there. If not, thank you so much for tuning in. Final score again in Game 2, the Mainz Athletics 7, the Hard Disciples 1. This has been Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildboy. Thank you very much, everyone.